Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, and in attendance this evening are all members of the Board of Education, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. We will go ahead and get started this evening with a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session so that we can act as an evaluation committee on a procurement solicitation and also for character and competency of an individual.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Demford, a second by Ms. Wood, that we go into closed session acting as an evaluation committee to a procurement solicitation and also for character and competence of individuals. We will take a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Demford.
Yes.
Ms. Barrow.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
I am also a yes. So that vote is unanimous and we are now going into closed session. Okay, welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is still Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We still have all members of the Board of Education, as well as our board attorney, our superintendent, associate superintendent, and business administrator with us tonight, as well as many people who are visiting in person and online. And we will go ahead and continue our meeting this evening with a report on the results from a field house survey regarding potentially building field houses at our high schools. Before we move into that presentation, because we have people here, I'll give you a little bit of history. The board decided several months ago to study the idea of having field houses installed at all 6 of our high schools. So I know there's been a little bit of confusion with like which high school. It's like the Hunger Games. It's really not like the Hunger Games. We're looking at the possibility of every high school receiving a field house. And the way that the board has discussed funding that would be through a bond, which would mean that we would be putting this question to the voters. So it's not even a board decision. The decision the board has to make is whether that's a question that is worthwhile to place on the voters' ballot. So with that back history, we will welcome Lighthouse up to the microphone, who have been conducting the survey for us so far.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Christy with Lighthouse Research. I'm the Chief Insights Officer. I have Charlotte Davis here with me. She's our CEO, and we will kind of tag team this together. But when we conducted this survey, we were contracted to do 900 surveys, and what we contracted to do was survey residents of Jordan School District. We actually got 906 mixed mode surveys, is what we call them. Mixed mode meaning that we took a two-pronged approach to data collection. We contacted individuals by email and invited them to do an online survey. And then we also have a call center where we reached out and telephoned individuals in the district to ask them to take a survey over the phone. With this mixed mode approach, that gives us the best opportunity to reach as many residents in the district as possible. We conducted data collection between January 31st and March 11th of this year, and our results with this 906 mixed mode surveys provides a 95% confidence level with a plus or minus 3.25% margin of error. 5% is our industry standard, and we're well below that. We ensured that all respondents were adults living within the district boundaries and that they are likely to vote in the November 2026 election. We asked 2 questions. Number 1, if they are registered to vote, and if they are not, if they are likely to register and vote in the upcoming election. We had an even split of male and female respondents. 50% were male, 50% were female. When we look at home ownership, we see that 87% of our respondents were homeowners and 11% were renters. As you can see on the right, we have a breakout of respondents that live in each of these areas. It's important to note you're going to see a vast difference in responding. For example, West Jordan and South Jordan are higher percentages than what you would see in, for example, Copperton. This is based on population, so this is reflective of the population, and so that's the reason for that. That was purposeful, so we don't get too much oversampling in any one area. As you can see with the ages, we also got a distribution of different ages, and that also was meant to be reflective of the population. This is not, I apologize, it is not. Thank you, Charlotte.
Real fast, the trouble with representing just the population is that, especially in off-cycle election, the youngest population is never represented appropriately in those who actually vote. And so we did a study and balanced between representative of the population and the population who actually votes. So it's a combination of the two that we went to match for on this, because we didn't want to, if we did a cross-section of the actual population, it wouldn't very closely match who's going to vote come this fall. And so we did a hybrid approach on the age.
Thank you, Charlotte. So not representative of the area, but of voters. We asked respondents to identify what their annual household income is, and also, because the bond would impact them this way, what the estimated value of their home is. As you can see with the household income, we have respondents most frequently said that they have incomes between $100,000 and $150,000, followed by $200,000 or more, and $150,000 to $200,000. When we look at the estimated home value of respondents, we see that most frequently respondents said that they have homes valued between $600,000 and $700,000 and $500,000 and $600,000. When we asked respondents if they have children living under the age of 18 in their home, 47% of respondents said yes. Of those, we have 81% of those said that they have children that attend school in Jordan School District schools. To give you an idea of how that breaks out, we asked them where their children attend school. So we have 65% of respondents that said that they have elementary school children in the district, 46% said that they have middle school children in the district, and 41% said that they have high school students in the district. We asked those respondents, are your children involved in athletics or extracurricular activities? And we found that 73% of respondents said that their students are involved in athletics or extracurriculars. We then asked respondents to identify what those athletics and extracurriculars are. We see that most frequently, 60% of respondents said that their children are involved in court and field sports. And we defined court and field sports as anything that is on a court or anything that is on a field. So this includes baseball, basketball, cross country, football, golf, rugby, soccer, softball, tennis, track and field, volleyball, wrestling. That includes quite a bit of sports. 23% said that they're involved in dance, 14% in cheer or gymnastics or tumbling, and 13% said that their children are involved in theater or drama. And those were most frequently mentioned by respondents. We asked respondents, before we got into their opinions about the bond, we asked about the need, if they feel that there is a need for more space. We asked, in your opinion, does Jordan School District currently have adequate space and facilities for accommodating student athletics and extracurricular activities? Most frequently, respondents said probably. We see that 42% of respondents said probably, 19% said definitely, and then we had about 20% that disagreed. 13 said probably not, and 7% said definitely not. The thing that's interesting here is that we have almost 1/5 of respondents, 18%, that said they don't know. They just don't have enough information to know if the district has adequate space and facilities. Then based on what they said before, so the question, just as a reminder, was does the district have adequate space and facilities for accommodating student athletics and extracurriculars? Those that said definitely or probably not, we asked, why do you think it definitely or probably does not have adequate space or facilities? And those that said probably or definitely, we asked why that is. So the follow-up question, why do you say that the district does have adequate space and facilities for athletics and extracurricular activities? We see that most frequently, more than 1/3 of respondents each said that it seems sufficient and there seems to be adequate space and facilities, and others said they know from experience or observation. This was an open-ended question, and so what that means is we took all of the open-ended comments and we categorized them into these categories on the left, and provide them in the detailed results, the written report of results. Some of these quotes we decided to put in here to give you an idea of what people are saying exactly to fit into these categories. One respondent said, all of the schools I've seen have space. Another said the junior high and high schools have enough room outside to accommodate any outside activity. Inside the schools, the gym provides enough adequate space for any athletic event they need. One respondent said, all of my children played sports, and I have many friends whose children play sports. I have heard no complaints about not enough places to play sports. And one other respondent said, the places I've been to, it's been big enough. It doesn't have to divide, and there's a lot of space. Now, in contrast, we also asked those respondents that said the district doesn't have enough space or facilities, why they say that. Most frequently, more than 1/4 of respondents said that there is a lack of space. Next, respondents said there's no pools, and then followed by that, there's shared spaces and competing for space. Some of these quotes are as follows. The spaces I've seen are small. I see what other districts have. I know the athletic spaces and the performing arts spaces are small compared to the other districts in the state. And one more respondent said, as sports and activities are consistently added as both club and UHSAA sanctioned sports, it significantly decreases space availability for all activities. School footprints and fields do not increase proportionally to student opportunity. Now, during this portion of the survey, we introduced what the bond would potentially mean for respondents. And this is the introduction that we provided respondents. To meet the growing demand for athletic and extracurricular space, the Jordan School District is considering a bond initiative to fund the construction of new field houses at each of its 6 high schools. This proposal would help by reducing expenses for school groups who currently rely on external venues for practices and training. The bond proposal would be for approximately $120 million or $20 million for each school. The field houses would be approximately 35,000 square feet, similar to those found in other districts along the Wasatch Front. If this bond passes for the average household with the home valued at $615,000, it would result in a tax increase of approximately $98 per year or $8.16 a month paid over the course of 16 years. After respondents had that information about the bond, we then asked, based on this information, would you support or oppose this bond initiative? We see that most frequently, more than 1/3 of respondents said that they would probably support the bond initiative, and 18% said that they would definitely support it. When we add these 2 bottom box scores and these 2 top box scores, we see that about 40% said that they would oppose the bond initiative, and we see that 53% would support the bond initiative. 7% simply don't know or were undecided on how they would vote. Again, we asked the follow-up questions, the open-ended questions. Why would you support the bond initiative, and why would you oppose the bond initiative? Respondents who said that they would support the bond most frequently said that athletics and extracurriculars are important. We see that 20% of respondents said that. 11% of respondents each said that they would support it for student opportunities and participation. 11% said they would that they feel that athletics and extracurriculars help benefit or shape students, and another 11% said to support the students in general. To give you an idea of what some of these respondents actually said, one respondent said, extracurriculars are super important for kids, and if we make it more convenient for the kids, that's what we should do. Another said to support athletics for the youth to help other problems they face. Another said, even though I have no children, I believe all kids should have the opportunity for growth. And one more respondent said to give all kids the ability to be competitive across the board in all sports, not based on best facility. And again, this is just a small snippet of what you will see in the actual open-ended responses. On the other hand, we did ask those who would oppose the bond, why would you oppose the bond? And we see that most frequently, 40%, 39%, so 2/5 of the respondents said that they simply don't want the increased tax burden. 20% said that they don't feel that there's a need. 20% commented on the district management of funds and felt that the district should make do with what they have. And 18% said that the funds should, or the focus should go elsewhere. When looking at what respondents actually said, one respondent said, taxes are already high. Our officials need to be better at allocating the funds. Another said, it seems like we have many taxes already being levied on us for all kinds of needs. These taxes never seem to expire. My taxes go up every year. When will it stop? One respondent said, I just don't see the need to put in that many new facilities. And another respondent said they already have the facilities that they play and practice on, and I don't think they need separate practice and playing fields. With all the tax increases, I don't need another $100 increase. We wanted to inform respondents of some of the potential benefits of field houses at each of the schools. But we wanted to know, of these potential benefits, what would be most important to them? Which of these benefits are most important to them? So we asked respondents to rate on a 1 to 7 scale, where 1 is not at all important and 7 is very important, how important each of the following potential benefits of field houses on district high school campuses would be to them personally. I feel just because we're going to look at some segment analysis later in the presentation, I want to go through each of these and show you where exactly they fall with these potential benefits. The highest rated on average was the benefit, this first benefit, ensures all students, including those with disabilities, have equal access to safe facilities. That was rated highest in terms of importance to respondents. Next highest was this one that says provides year-round space for athletics, performing arts, clubs, special education, and other programs. 4.96 was the average they gave to this one. Supports student focus, behavior, and academic success through expanded PE and other programs. They gave a rating of 4.89 to creates a community space for events, fitness, and activities for all ages. Respondents gave an average of 4.71 to the benefit of it reduces scheduling conflicts and late night practices by easing gym and outdoor field congestion. Respondents gave an average mean rating of 4.56 to generates revenue for student groups by hosting tournaments, camps, clinics, and rentals to outside organizations. Respondents gave a rating of 4.42 to attract strong coaches and helps keep students in the district. And they gave the lowest average mean rating in terms of importance to reduces wear and tear on existing gyms and fields, lowering long-term maintenance costs. I will say this average, even though this is the lowest, is still right in the middle. It's not unimportant, I should say, on average. Once we asked them to rate each of those potential benefits of a field house, we asked respondents, after giving those ratings, are you more supportive, less supportive, or about as supportive of the bond as you were before? And we see that almost 2/3 of respondents said that they're about as supportive, that their opinion really didn't change after looking at those potential benefits. However, we see that 20% of respondents said that they are more supportive of the bond after hearing each of those potential benefits, and 14% that said that they're less supportive of the bond after hearing each of those potential benefits. Again, we have 2% that just don't know. They're not sure. We don't know why that is, but in our experience, what we've seen is those that say don't know is they usually just need more information in order to make a decision. As a concluding question, we asked respondents, how would you like the district to communicate with residents about this potential bond? Most frequently, respondents said that they would prefer the district communicate with them through email and mail. 42% of respondents said that they want email communication, and 28% that said that they would want mailed communication. Okay, I mentioned that we are going to look at some differences in responding based on segmentation. So, Charlotte, do you want to explain a little bit what we do with our segment analysis and what this means?
For the segment analysis, we take all the data and we start slicing it and dicing it according to different demographic or other characteristics. In this case, we're specifically looking at things such as gender, age, their homeownership status, those sorts of things. We then run statistical tests among the groups and identify any differences. Statistical significant difference is defined as a difference in value that is too large to be attributed to chance alone. So the statistical tests prove that there's a relationship in these. So Christy will go through all of them, but for example, men are more likely to feel this way or women are more likely to feel that way, and the statistical tests prove that it's not just by chance. Is that good?
Yep, that's great, thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Going back to that question, we asked respondents, after they learned more about what the bond would entail, we asked them, if you recall, would you be likely to support or oppose this bond? And we found that women were more likely to support the bond. Younger respondents, especially those under 40, were more likely to support the bond. Those that have children, especially those that have children that go to school in the district, are more likely to support the bond. Renters are more likely to support the bond, and those that are employed part-time. However, we found that men are more likely to oppose the bond, as are older respondents and respondents with no children, as well as homeowners and retired respondents. When that long list of benefits, potential benefits that I just read to you, we found that women, those that are younger, those that have students in the district, and those that are renters, were more likely to rate those as higher in terms of importance, whereas those that were more likely to rate those benefits as lower in terms of importance were those that were older and retired. That question where we asked after seeing all of those potential benefits, we said, did your opinion change, or your support change at all? We found that women and parents were more likely to be more supportive of the bond after hearing those potential benefits, whereas those who are older, those who do not have children, those who are retired, and homeowners were less likely or more likely to say that they oppose the bond after hearing all of those potential benefits of the field houses of the schools. And that is just a summary of what we found in our segment analysis. So, yes, did you have one other question?
No, I want to be a little more clear on these. When we're looking at likely to support or oppose here, and we're looking at men versus women, it doesn't mean that men oppose the bond as a whole. It means that, all of this is, all the details are found in the full report. But for example, when it came to the response of definitely oppose, men were 28%, women were 15%, and that was proven to be statistically different. So that's where we draw that conclusion from. Also, though, 30% of men said probably support, which is more than the 28%. It's really about the comparison between the two. So if you were going to try to promote a bond, for example, you could target men specifically to help overcome some of their barriers to move them to the side of support. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Charlotte, for that clarification. And again, this is just a very high-level presentation. All of these details can be found in the full report. Do we have any questions?
We'll get the full report, won't we?
I have sent it to Dr. Anderson. He has it, and I believe he will share it with you accordingly.
I was curious, as we were talking about why do you say the district does have or doesn't have adequate space? Do we know how many of those were maybe elementary school parents versus high school parents?
Yeah, that's a great question. We did not run that analysis. That is an analysis we can run. Did you? Okay, Charlotte will dig in a little bit more and see if we have that.
I can look at that. It'll take me a few minutes.
And let me just add elementary, middle school, high school,
high school.
differentiators. Yeah, thank you. That's fine.
And that would be a very large table. But yes, we definitely can look at that analysis and send it forward. Any other questions?
We have one more question. On the Fieldhouse bond potential benefits, was that all respondents or just a segment of respondents?
This was all respondents that were asked this, whether they opposed it or supported it. Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me that the survey said district high school campuses, but I don't know if it's as clear to understand that every school would get a field house. Was that clear in the survey? Because it's certainly not clear with...
We did say is considering a bond initiative to fund the construction of new field houses at each of its 6 high schools.
Thanks, I missed that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have a procedural question.
Yes.
So, in terms of next steps, if the board wanted to take this one step further and do in-person surveys, what would that look like?
I just because full transparency with we could do in-person surveys. We actually would recommend doing focus groups, just because you could get a broader spectrum of individuals. That whereas you're already limited with qualitative data with how many individuals you can contact, and doing the interviews just kind of dissects your sample size even more. We would recommend doing focus groups that follow up on some of these. In fact, we say that the best research, while it may seem contradictory, actually does pose more questions. It brings up more questions to ask and to dig into. The benefit of the quantitative research is that it gives you statistically valid data, whereas the qualitative research gives us the opportunity to dig into the why behind these answers. Why is it that people feel the way that they do? Why is it that they would say some of these comments? So that would be our next recommendation.
Thank you. And what would the timeline be if we were tonight say, yes, we'd like to hold some focus groups?
Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking we could move as quickly as next month. Yeah.
Thanks, that's helpful. We appreciate all of your work.
Of course.
This is great information.
Of course. Happy to help.
Can I ask
I
one
ask
more
a
on that
question?
focus groups?
Sure.
What advantage does that give us that this material does not?
Again, the qualitative research gives us the more of the story behind the statistically significant valid data. And so this is, like I mentioned before, the plus or minus 3.25% margin of error. That's the accuracy of this survey. That points to the accuracy, whereas the qualitative allows us to better understand the feelings and behaviors and attributes that participants ascribe to their thoughts. Does that
The
make sense?
information that we're receiving from that would be the information we want to promote the bond, right? Because
Our
that's where the
objectives-
misconceptions are going to be coming.
Correct. Our objectives, because we haven't contracted yet to do focus groups, we would define those objectives with you and work closely with you to discover what we want to learn from the focus groups. Once we discover what those objectives are, we fine-tune them into a discussion guide to use in the focus groups, making sure that all of those objectives are met. So your next step would be, if you determine to do qualitative research, is to determine what exactly you want to learn from the qualitative research.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I forgot.
On the athletics and extracurricular activities, was this information obtained from an open-ended question? And also, was there any specification about whether or not these were at school or other places?
That's a great question. Is this the question you're referring to, in which athletics or extracurricular activities your children are involved?
Yes.
Okay, this is not specific to schools. For example, we have, as you can see, piano. Like, some people take piano lessons, some of their children take piano lessons. And so this is just athletics or extracurriculars that their children are involved in, period. We can run an analysis of just respondents with students in the district and see where this plays out. My assumption is it would closely mimic these results in terms of hierarchy of what's highest and lowest. And I apologize, what was your other? Oh, if this was open-ended. It is, in a sense, open-ended. We call it an unaided question. The only difference between unaided and open-ended is that because they're short responses, we just code those on the back end, whereas we don't provide you with the full list of what everybody says. So yes, it was essentially an open-ended question.
Thank you.
Yes, let me explain why it doesn't add up to 100%. We actually code all of these responses for multiple mentions. So for example, if you have 3 kids, you might have one involved in piano, one involved in martial arts, and one involved in court and field sports. That is why it doesn't add up to 100%, is because for that reason, we distribute it based on multiple mentions and not just one singular mention.
And could they have mentioned several activities their children do?
Absolutely. So one child, say they have one child, 15 different activities, they all would have been coded. Yes.
To Mr. Robinson's earlier, Dr. Robinson's earlier question, I think it is important to point out that you would outline the objectives, and Lighthouse would create questions around those objectives. But it is, in the past when we've done this, the focus groups have helped us shape the message and understand how best to deliver it. And that doesn't mean that you're advocating for it necessarily. It's just, where is the confusion? Where are the misunderstandings? So that we can make a clarification about what exactly the board is proposing and what misunderstandings we need to overcome and what method of communication is most effective to convey those ideas. So it isn't strictly about how to advocate or how to, it's just what do people misunderstand and what do we want to clarify so that they really know what they're voting on.
One of the benefits to the focus groups also, Dr. Godfrey, if you correct me if I'm wrong in the past, what we've done is we found that a lot of individuals, and you can see that reflected in the survey, people are saying probably or probably not rather than making a definitive response, or I don't know, because they just need more information. And one of the benefits of the focus groups is that we can determine what more information they need. What is it that they need to know in order to be able to confidently make a decision on supporting or opposing the bond?
Go ahead.
I was curious, if focus groups were held, do you pull from the already polled people, the respondents, or is it a fresh batch of?
We can do either. We have the capability of doing either. I personally, as Chief Insights Officer, I am the one that moderates those focus groups, and I personally prefer a fresh batch of individuals. But we can do whichever you feel. So, or we can powwow internally and see which way we feel are best. Or we could do a mix, yeah.
The other benefit of a focus group is that, like I said, you understand. Anytime that you put something out there like this, there's a worry that people misunderstand what the message is, and it just helps you make sure that clear that up. Also, the snacks behind the scenes are exceptional. And really do help with
Yes.
understanding what people are saying on the other side of the glass.
Absolutely, snaps
I'm
out.
coming.
Okay.
The slide that shows those who would oppose or support, I'm assuming those percentages do not include the offsets by those who may have changed their minds due to additional information about the benefits.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your question? I'm not sure I follow.
So it looks like it says, after giving those ratings, are you more supportive,
Oh.
less supportive, or as about the same?
Yes.
It looks like there's 6% maybe that are more supportive now than they were. 6% or more supportive, 14%, 20% or more, 14% or less. Does that change the overall who are in support?
I think, as I was sitting back here, I thought we need to split this, and so you can see those who were supportive and where they moved versus those who were not and where they moved. So I've already written it down, and I'll get that to you, because this is the general everyone, so the more supportive could very well be already supportive. But let me split that for you so you can see how people moved
Okay, that would be
versus
helpful.
where they
Just
just were in general.
after the entire survey, how many are supportive and how many
Yeah.
aren't? Yeah.
Yeah, let me get those numbers over to you by the end of the week. Thanks.
Just to clarify, that would be more of a segment analysis. I don't know that we can definitively say, based on this question, that they're more supportive, because they may have been, they may have moved from somewhat to very, and so they could have still been, or they could have been somewhat unsupportive to somewhat supportive. So we're not exactly sure what bucket they would fall into, but we can run that analysis, as Charlotte mentioned, and show where the swing happened.
Would you mind describing just the size of the focus group and what that format looks like, please?
Sure. Our focus group is anywhere from 8 to 12 people. I feel like 8 to 10 is the sweet spot. And then we never recommend doing just one focus group, because you never have anything to compare it to. You never know who's going to be in the group, and it could be an anomaly, an outlier. And I would hate for anybody to make any decisions based on one focus group. So we always do at least 2, preferably 3, to compare the data data from one focus group to another to get an entire comprehensive big picture. So what we would do is we would invite around 10-ish individuals to come to a focus group. We would hold those on one night, most likely at our Riverton office. We're just down the road in Riverton. We have a pretty good show rate, so most of those 10 will, if not all, will likely show. And then we also invite individuals to come and view the focus groups behind the glass. We can also close circuit video the focus group, so anybody who's not able to be in attendance can see that and watch the focus groups from a different location. We also record our focus groups and have video available the following day for anybody that was not able to attend. Once we draft our objectives, we have a discussion guide. We go through that discussion guide in the focus groups with our participants. And then what we do is we take that data and we analyze it and then have a report and a presentation about the findings for the focus group research, similar to what we've done here. Did that answer your question? Perfect. Anything else?
Like everybody got what they need for Lighthouse? Okay, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the information.
Of course.
And I think board members, now we have the question of, we have a few options. We could end the discussion now, we could continue to research, or we could make a decision. So I will turn it to you for discussion on those options.
I move that we move forward with focus groups.
I'll second it, but I want a discussion.
So we have a motion for Mr. Dunford that we continue on the process of research with focus groups, and a second from Dr. Robinson. Okay, discussion on that motion.
For me, I think before I would want to move forward with focus groups, I would like the more detailed information we're waiting on that some of us had requested from Lighthouse. And then I feel like I would be better able to decide whether or not I would be in favor of focus groups.
So I think that there's a lot of questions still left to be answered. For instance, this proposal requests one at every school. We talked in the past that maybe we wanted to do a couple in the district. We also talked about perhaps trying to find a private donor that would pay some. Can we pay some? You know, this one's if there's $100 more a year per taxpayer, but could we refinance our debt? And could it be a bond that wouldn't cost taxpayers more money? I'd want to know some of that information before we go forward, if that makes sense. So I just would like to have us nailing down some of the details of what this bond would exactly look like. Because it's a different question to say, are you willing to pay another $100 a year for 16 years versus we could refinance our debt and you'd be paying the existing amount. And that would be a different question. And I don't know if it's too early to ask those questions before we go into a focus group, but I think you'd get a different response.
So you're wanting to answer those questions so that in the focus groups, we can get a better sense of option A, B, C.
Correct.
I'm wondering if we can answer any of those questions now. Is there an appetite on the board for putting only some high schools receiving a field house and not others?
That's not what I asked. I would have a location. For instance, there's some Kohl's is an empty building in the Riverton area. Would it be beneficial to purchase that? Or
An off-site location?
yeah,
that's
I would.
shared
I would
by-
not put it at one school, not put it at all six. They would.
Okay.
To me, that would
Well,
be
I
something.
do think that's an important consideration before we ask for donors, because it is probable that if we got one, that doesn't mean we got six. And so, something to think about. So going off-site, does that still meet the needs? I know one of the questions on the survey, it probably wouldn't still meet that question of having it accessible to all students and, but that was only one question.
Well, let me just say why. I think we get one shot at this. I do not have an appetite to do what some districts do and put this on a bond and it fails, and then we go around and do a lease revenue bond and raise taxes. I don't have any appetite for that. So we either do this right or we accept the results.
I was hoping out of this first round to determine whether or not there was an appetite from the taxpayers to fund it. And it looks like, based on this information, it's close. You know, it's maybe half and half, maybe slightly more in favor. That's primarily what I was looking for to make a decision. I personally don't need focus groups. I'm sure there's some beneficial information that we could garner, but I'm ready to move ahead as a district, doing whatever we need to do to get this on the ballot.
And let me clarify the motion. The focus groups are to define what's the misunderstanding in the public so that in our selling of the bond, we know how to sell it. I'm not asking for, is there any interest? What I want to know in the focus groups is, what do you misunderstand? What misperceptions do you have? And would those misperceptions cause a failure in the bond where clarification would have changed the vote? That's why I want a focus group, is to say, what is it that the public doesn't understand so that we can educate them? What I read in this survey is the public would like the right to decide. What I read is, please take this off the board's decision and give it to us, give it to the public. So I want to know how to give it to the public and sell it and let them know what they need to know to vote one way or the other.
One of my concerns is that this has been on our minds for a while now, a year. I don't know, maybe not quite that long, but Lighthouse can get to it in May. It might take. I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline that we're pushing it out even more.
What is the time frame for getting this on a ballot?
They have to go on this year's ballot.
Mr. Larson, can you speak to that? Maybe using past experience?
I'll look it up, but my recollection is July. But let me look.
So July is when you would start a campaign for a bond?
No,
July
July,
is
my
where we have to
recollection
report.
is that it was when you had to file with Lieutenant Governor's office that you wanted an election held for a purpose.
I see. Thank you.
But we have, if we want this initiative on the 2026 ballot, we have until July to do that? Does that fit within your time frame? Could we have information back to you from focus groups before July?
We could. I mentioned May. That's the soonest we could do it, but we could extend it to give you more time to build our objectives and work around that. We could have results back by July. Yes, that is doable. We could have them before July for you, yes, so that you have it ready to present.
So I'm just thinking of logistics too, because do we have a board meeting in July that we would be able to put this on an agenda? And have time for it to be presented and then have it on an agenda?
If the focus group, and I'm saying if the focus group is not to determine whether to put it on the ballot, but how to communicate it, you could decide before getting the focus group results to put it on the ballot and use the focus group results to make sure that the campaign is effective, because actually the national trend is toward a shorter campaign as opposed to a longer campaign. So somebody mentioned a timeline on campaign. If you had information back by July that would give you time for a fall campaign that meets the timeline that is expected. But if communications knew in May or sooner that you were going to put it on the ballot, then they could start to research other similar ballot initiatives and how they were promoted, and then we could use this information. So in other words, you could decide that you wanted it on the ballot and then decide how to communicate it after that point.
Do we have any historical information about previous surveys and our success at passing a bond? Meaning, have we learned that any survey results under 60% of support, the bond usually doesn't pass? Does that question make sense?
I think it would be difficult. This is a little nerve-wracking in front of these two to talk in these terms, but I think it would be difficult to make a comparison between this bond result and other bond results because this is such a unique ask, where it's asking for athletic facilities versus a school, versus in the past we had schools mixed in with a lot of other projects. So I think it would be hard to make a comparison, but we could look for that.
I am interested in those that we succeeded on or didn't, just from an initial survey point of view, even if our campaigning might be more effective if we've learned over time. Because in my mind, if somebody said probably, they could easily swing to, now that I've thought about it, not so much. I would love to see if we have anything historical to give me context.
I don't think we have much that would be helpful because we only did a Lighthouse survey before our previous bond and regarding cell phones. And that previous bond was within a context that doesn't exist anymore, asking for buildings that are very different from what we'd be asking.
Okay.
So we could provide that. I don't think it would be useful.
So just to maybe build a bit of a pros and cons list.
Can I ask one more question about, I'm curious too about the possibility of another bond, how long there needs to be between a possible failed bond and another bond attempt, or does that make sense? So, or a successful bond and another bond attempt. Is there a way to find out that also,
I think
in case there was a future need for a bond?
I don't know if there's a hard and fast rule, like you have to give this much time. But I would say that looking at our future building needs, this is a unique scenario because any other time we've bonded, we have had urgent housing needs. And in this case, we're looking for something optional. It would be nice and beneficial, but it's not as urgent. And so it's hard to put data behind something because it's such a different scenario. And I'd also just love to revisit the political climate right now, which is that it seems that the state legislature has sent forth the message that they're concerned about property taxes. As I've listened to several of my own representatives talk about their summary report and the issues that they're hoping to tackle going into next year, across the board, I have heard property taxes mentioned. So that gives us two tactics, right? One is fuel the fire, ask the taxpayers for more money, and then potentially lose the ability to ask because legislators feel like we're being a little bit loose with the way that we're using the ability to tax. Or hurry and do it before you lose that ability. So I guess it's just two schools of thought, but I want us to have that at the forefront of our mind in the process of this discussion.
But would they take this one away? They wouldn't take the GEO bond away. They'd take the lease revenue bond away.
I think
don't think
In
they could
terms of
take-
things like ability to ask for a referendum or ability to limit the amount that you can ask for on a GO bond, those are things that I've heard tossed around already.
But this wouldn't be subject to referendum because it's a public vote, right? And so, and
Right, I
And
was
the
just
limit would be
listing
much
ways
less
that
than-
the legislature could limit our ability to tax.
I mean, I think you bring up a really good point, but I do think that they're going to target if we did it underhanded, like some districts have done, where they build it and then raise your taxes without your input.
Yeah, we all who are educators at heart and who understand the benefits of athletics to academics, we understand this. But the surface level, I think it's a weird ask to say, hey, this education institution wants to ask for an increase in taxes for something that might not be easy to see a link to education. And I understand that's flawed, so nobody throw tomatoes. But I do think that we need to think about how it will come off to our constituents.
And educate them. It's a communication thing.
Right. And so that leads to another question. How much effort would you want to put into educating on this vote? Because I really would like it to be a, hey, some community members have suggested that this is a need, you tell us. We'll know by your vote if it is a need or not. I don't know how interested I am in spending a lot of money if we do decide to go to bond. But that's just a question I have. I'm not saying we shouldn't, just, I'm not sure I'm ready to.
I'm not trying to sell it, I'm just trying to educate the public. If you want field houses, vote yes. If you don't, vote no, and then we'll know. Matter settled.
I see that.
Can I ask just a little bit of follow-up on your comment about legislators? Is the concern that if the majority of voters say, yes, we're willing to pay for this bond, that legislators may be punitive towards a school district who even asked and was successful?
Yes, I do believe that that could be the case, but they can't direct that to just one district. So our actions will roll out and affect the entire state of education.
Even if the voters supported it? I mean, I could see if the board voted, but if the people voted.
Yeah, and
The people voted for Salt Lake School District to spend $300 million on 2 high schools. That's $600 million. And in fact, they passed 750, if I'm not mistaken. And they have targeted Salt Lake School District because of that. They want to limit on what they can build and stuff. But again, I think it's letting our legislators know, and we need the help from the public. It's their voice, and they have a right to vote on this. I'm super excited about these results. They're much better than I thought they would be. I think that we need to do, this is a great opportunity to really advertise what we've done. You know, that we have 2 high schools we've rebuilt. We didn't tear them down and build brand new spacious buildings, but we saved the money and used it, you know, extended it really well. We're not building any new schools for a while. There's this little window that we could have what other people have already taken, and we're going to ask an opportunity to go to Corner Canyon's facility, and Aaron went with me, and we had some school principals, and they have a huge advantage in the educational process of their school because they have facilities. And if we're going to offer all these programs, we've got to offer facilities. And I see kids practicing on our fields at 10 o'clock at night because it's the only time they can practice. And they're on school at like 6 in the morning because it's the only time they can get it filled. And so with these kind of results, we need to move forward. I do think the focus group will help us understand the misunderstandings, but I'm ready to vote. I don't know, I don't cut anyone else off, but I want to move forward.
It's interesting because I had hoped for a more clear outcome. I think there is no question in my mind that getting field houses at each high school would solve a lot of problems. What gives me pause is that the results were not abundantly strong to what I was hoping for. I love that Jordan has a reputation for leading. I'm not as confident in leading in this way when most high schools in our state do not have field houses, that this would be the first priority. Now, having said that, I'm willing to go with what our constituents really want. I just don't feel quite as confident as Dr. Robinson.
And I heard the exact opposite, because when you say to people, we want an extra $100 a year, and you don't get a resounding no, that's significant. We asked them, would you be willing to pay $100 on average more? And we got, probably. That's astounding to me. Because when you say, we want more money, the expectation is a resounding no. And we didn't get a resounding no. That's what I heard. Is it was very, very clear, ooh, yeah, I'd be willing to do that. Instead of absolutely not.
Our past bonds didn't start out this positively.
Okay.
I think they've earned the right to choose for themselves, to take this off the board's decision and let the public choose for themselves. Our job is to educate. Here's what you're voting on. Let's be very clear. Here's what the options are, but this is your choice, no longer ours.
That's our decision is, should we give the people a voice? That's our decision.
Well, I'll add a little to that decision, and I know we prefaced before, well, what if we put some skin in the game?
Yeah.
Let's not forget that we are putting a lot of skin in the game, because once these field houses are built, they need to be maintained, they need to be cleaned. All of that falls to the budget of the board and the taxpayers. So
Good point.
we are making a decision that has impact. We are going to use funds that could be allocated differently if we choose to do this.
I wonder also if the resounding yes or the probably is a result of the taxpayer knows or has high confidence in where this $100 is going to go. They know exactly what they're buying with their $100 or their $1,600 over 16 years. And maybe in some other bonds, not just in Jordan, but elsewhere, it's like, where is this money going? What is it going to be going? You know,
It's
a
equally
black
distributed.
hole.
Yeah, every school gets one. Every high school in this district would get one.
That was the success of the last bond, was we were very precise. These are the schools we're building. There's where it is. Every community kind of got something, except for one part of the district, and they got the next school. So, I mean, the equality. But this also gives us a really good opportunity to advertise what we've been doing, how good our budget is. I think we do lead the way in using our money wisely.
I can't remember if we had discussed what the ongoing cost would be. Had we mentioned that before? Was that included in things?
It was about $1.2 million a year.
A year for 6 to maintain.
The first presentation, it was about $1.2 million a year ongoing.
Thank you, I couldn't remember.
And that was not part of the survey, so I wonder if an ongoing cost, had it been included in the survey, would have made a difference to the support. I'm just lacking confidence.
Understand
That
that,
this will succeed.
understand that at one point.
Whoa, what does succeed mean? If it fails, that's their choice. We're not saying, oh, it has to pass or we're in trouble. What we're saying is you get to choose. And if you choose
It's
no,
time, money, resources, reputation that we're putting on the ballot.
yeah, even if it fails, we educated them and then they chose no. If it passes, we educated them and they chose yes. It's worth educating so they know what they're choosing.
But, sorry.
But I would hesitate saying, what is a success here?
Well, I'm still comfortable with the word I used because I think you can't help but create. Here is Jordan asking us for money again. Oh, and are they asking for it again and again? I don't want that reputation. So I think I would like to be careful.
Yeah.
But let me ask, is your careful meaning we're not going to ask, or we're going to tell you why we're asking?
Still deciding.
Where's the carefulness there?
I'm still deciding.
And I agree with Suzanne about being careful. When we first started talking about the possibility of a bond for field houses, one of the assignments that board members received was to reach out to our local elected representatives for their thoughts on this idea. And I only got responses back from 2 of my elected representatives, and both of them didn't see it as a great idea. And I'm not saying that that would stop me from moving forward with putting a bond on the ballot. I think that there is something to be said for reputation, especially among other elected public officials.
One of the things that is tricky about property taxes is I can't say to taxpayers, we're only going to increase $100 a year, because we are not the only entity that can increase property taxes. And so I was remembering a LEAC meeting when we asked teachers, how is behavior in your school? And they're like, oh man, it's hard, it's really hard. And then we said, well, we put a few supports in place for you this year. We got, you have more administration, you have counselors. And then when I pointed it out, it was like, oh yeah, those things have been amazing. It's made such a difference. And I think it's just a matter of where you're looking. So when I go to fill out the check on my property taxes, am I like, okay, this $100 increase went towards a field house, or is it like a cumulative increase of this much and my head explodes? And I think that's what our legislators hear, is not this broken down, itemized, here's how each entity who raised taxes did it frugally, but here's the overwhelming result and burden on taxpayers. And so even though I love the result of the survey, I'm cognizant that that is not the same thing as taxpayers feeling comfortable with their property tax dollar amount.
But let's be honest. Most of our lots of our legislators don't understand property tax themselves, and that's why that's later on our schedule tonight to talk about how do we educate people of what this tax. This is not a tax we all wanted. This is a tax that legislators have put on, and some don't even understand some of the aspects of it. And so I think as we go out to explain this to people, I think that this is a perfect time to educate our public on our finances, to be able to share those kinds of things, and I think give them a voice. I mean, I don't know, like, these are real positive numbers to me. I don't need, any election's not going to be 100%, unless you run unopposed. But even then. But one like this, a ZAP tax or those kinds of taxes, they're looking for 51%, actually 50 plus 1 vote. So, anyways.
I don't know if I would frame this as the school district is asking for more money. I can see the hesitancy there and the reputation and this. I don't want to be a board member of a board that's constantly asking the public for more money, but I don't think that's what we're doing here. I think what we're doing is asking them if they want to pay $100 a year to build schools, to build field houses. We're not asking them for more money. We're asking them if they want to invest. Yeah.
And we would most likely need to increase property taxes to include the $1.2 million that would be needed for the maintenance of the field houses also. I mean, possibly.
I am wondering how that would cut into the annual budget, the 1.2 maintenance of the 6 field houses.
Are we ready to vote? Please.
So to correct my information, the date is estimated to be August 20th. There would be 2 board meetings before that date would have to be held. So the way the calendar is currently, you would either need to add some board meetings at the end of June or July, or you would need that decision made for that June board meeting. But the August 20th is the date for the lieutenant governor, which
I don't remember the costs for this motion. Yeah.
Yes, please.
well, are you guys comfortable if I give costs here? Okay, Lighthouse had told us that they would do focus groups, 3 focus groups for $19,950, 4 for $25,800, 6 for $37,500, or 9 groups for $54,000. So a range there of 3 focus groups to 9 focus groups between $19,950 and $54,000. So if the board does proceed with focus groups, that is direction we would need to proceed.
But we don't need to make the decision on which of those ranges. We just need to decide whether we're going to move forward with them right now or not.
I think that's true.
Is that what you're thinking, Bryce?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion on the table, please correct me, because there's been a lot of discussion since, was that we move forward with focus groups towards the field house decision. That was all that was in the motion.
You have
right?
restated it correctly.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 5-2. The opposing votes going to Mr. Barnett and Ms. Barrow. Correct? Okay. Do we want to select a level for the focus groups now? I think if we're going to do this, I would like to get the ball rolling as soon as possible.
I would like to do at least 3.
And I think we should do at least 4.
The lowest level was 3.
Because each group is only about 10 people, right?
Okay.
And so actually, I would like to do at least 5 focus groups, because that's only 50 people.
But a focus group is an hour, right?
Can I ask Lighthouse a question?
Yeah.
So we chose the 900 level for the survey.
Correct.
What would be a corresponding level for the focus groups?
Good question.
I don't know that we necessarily have a corresponding level. 900 is a lot of surveys. We don't typically do that much.
Right.
For a statewide survey, we can get away with 400 to 600 surveys and still be within that less than 5% margin of error. So 900, that's a very large sample. For focus groups, I don't think it's necessary to do the higher number of focus groups. Again, keep in mind that we're not looking for statistically valid data. So I know that the urge is to want to get as much input as possible, but we're looking at the quality, like the qualitative, right? The responses, the feelings and behaviors underneath that. So honestly, I would not recommend doing, I don't think it's necessary, I should say, to do 9 focus groups, but I would say maybe 3 to 5 is a comfortable range. So,
I'd like to add,
yes.
sorry. When we do lots of focus groups like 9, it's because we're looking at 3 very distinct groups of people. So for example, if you wanted us to find people who are supportive of the bond, people who are in the middle, and people who are opposed, and put them in 3 different groups, we'd want to do 9 groups. If we're looking for a mix of people, just general people, 3 is generally enough to get a good idea of what people think. And as the groups agree or disagree with each other, we can find trends and ideas that tend to represent the general public. We're also not looking statewide here. We're looking at one school district, which I know for a lot of people, they can look at it and say, it's a whole school district, but it's actually a fairly small chunk of people, that 3 can represent it fairly. If we did 4 or 5, that would give you some more, but it wouldn't reach statistical status. So it would still be sufficient, I would say, at the 3 level. Unless you want to look at groups of people, right? Sometimes we've done groups where we had men separate from women. I don't recommend that for this, but in some cases we would, and then we would recommend 3 of each kind. Does that make sense? That's why we give ranges going from 3 to 9 or even more focus groups, depending on how you want to group people.
Well, after that explanation, I feel like 3 is sufficient.
I would love to have a motion before
I
we
make a
continue.
motion that we move forward with 3 focus groups.
I'll second.
If we have
Says the 2 that voted against focus groups.
Yeah, they would
We're
the
already,
smallest
we're already
possible,
committed
right?
now, so I'm going
He
to
just wants to
motion for
move
the
along.
lowest one.
So we have a motion from Mr. Barnett, seconded by Ms. Barrow, that we move forward with Lighthouse holding 3 focus groups. Now let's have discussion.
I had a question. Or would you do that in one night?
We would do it in one night, and we would do it in an evening because that's typically when people are more likely to show. However, we don't want to go too late because we found that if we go too late, people disengage and are ready to go home.
If I remember right, they're about an hour, right? Like
They're
from
90 minutes. 90 minutes, and
90
we hold them
minutes.
back to back. And so I'm thinking we would probably start for the evening around 3 or 3:30.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Okay, any other
May
items
I
that
ask
you
a
want?
question?
Please.
Is there any more direction we would give Lighthouse as far as things we're interested in? Or is it all based on the survey and then Lighthouse determines?
Address this. Yes, we very much want your input because we want this to, whatever the outcome is, to be the most successful research as possible. And so we want to know from you, what objectives do you have? We can rely on the survey. A lot of times the survey is a springboard that launches us into qualitative research, but you may have other objectives that were not included in the survey. And so we very much would heavily rely on you for understanding what your objectives are. We've also found that when there's any bond research that we've done, the more information you can provide about the bond, the better interaction and conversation and understanding we have with our participants. So,
Thank you.
Okay, is that enough for tonight, or is there something,
I think
another
my
big
follow-up
decision?
question would be, what does the board do then next to provide more information to Lighthouse ahead of the focus groups?
And I would propose that we get a ad hoc committee that was working on this.
Working on questions. for the focus
Questions
group?
and moving this forward, if we're going to move it forward, answering the little questions.
Are you suggesting a committee that is running a bond or just for focus group?
On both. It could work into running the bond, but just like some of the questions, like 1.2 million seems a little high on maintenance, at least I believe. And I'd like to ask other districts. I'd like to see what the cost of these places were and compare it to other districts that are putting them in. Just different things like that. I just want more detail than we're going to probably need it really fast, right? If we're going to put this on a ballot, we would need those questions answered. I might be the only one that thinks we need a focus group, but I think we do.
Oh, I think we already established that we want focus.
I mean, I'm talking ad hoc,
Oh,
sorry.
an ad hoc, sorry.
I can submit you to my questions right now, or tonight, or tomorrow, or whenever you want them.
I'd
I'm
love
happy to
hear,
do that as well, if that's the way we want to go.
I'd love to hear other perspectives. Are you ready for a committee? Remind me, Mr. Larson, I have never been on the board when we did a bond, so do we need that committee to act outside of the board? It's not kind of like the selection committee. Did that make any sense?
I'm not sure what you mean by selection committee.
No, I was just using an example, like when we're acting as a committee for a specific campaign like this, is it just board members or?
So, can I reflect on what happened for the 2016 bond?
That would be
Would
so
that help?
helpful.
There are statutes that prohibit employees of an entity doing a bond to be advocating for its passage
That was what I was trying to get to.
during business hours, right? Contract hours. Individuals are, of course, allowed to, in the evenings or weekends, their own choices. But there's nothing during the business hours that can take place. But my understanding of that, and I'll ask the bond counsel on this, because we're now getting closer here, but is that the board is acting as the governing board can discuss things in its meetings differently, and that's not advocating or not advocating. Does that make sense? You guys are looked upon differently than employees in that sense.
John, could this group this evening decide whether to put it on the bond or not, or put it on the ballot or not?
Tonight, if you wanted to go as far as you could say move forward with putting it on the ballot. There's a bunch of legal procedures that have to happen for that to happen, but if you wanted us to proceed in that direction, that would be the vote, would to say proceed in that direction to do that. And then I'll get the lawyers involved, the finance people involved.
So it would be a vote to proceed, and then we would set up the next steps, if that were the vote.
Yes. Yeah. There was a committee that was done off hours in the evenings, separate from everything, that wanted to advocate for the bond. And that group got together to discuss messaging and things outside of office hours. In the
As
prior
board
bond,
members who don't have office hours, how would
that's
that work?
that's why I want to consult with bond counsel on that. But my recollection was that the board was looked upon differently in that respect. The bond prior to 2016, of course, there was a group doing the opposite. They had committees against. So that's what I mean about the evening stuff.
Can I summarize to be sure I understand what John just said? So the board could vote to ask us to put the procedures in place to put the bond on the ballot, and then we would consult with attorneys and bring things back. They can vote to have focus groups in place as they did, and the number of focus groups that they want. And then if they voted to put it on the ballot, then we could talk about what a separate committee would look like and what the restrictions would be on how they would proceed with communicating about a bond campaign. Is that right?
Yes. I just got to be sure that yes, in general. The piece I would add that is that tonight you can't vote to do it because you haven't done those legal steps to do it. You could only vote to proceed towards that.
You'd be voting to direct staff to put everything in place so that you could vote for it.
But it's not essential that that's done tonight.
No.
Sooner the
It's
better.
essential that be done before.
I would be more comfortable
the
doing
August.
that in a business meeting personally.
Well, that's what I mean, the legal procedures. Part of that is public hearings, public input, notices, advertisements, those kinds of things.
Can I restate?
Restate.
This is good. We
He's
don't do this a
developing
lot.
stutter.
I just want to, so you would have to direct us
Start.
to put everything in place in time for there to be 2 public hearings before August 20th. So if you are, I'm not trying to move things one direction or the other, but we would need time to set up 2 public hearings before you make the decision to put it on the ballot and in time to run a campaign. So those are all of the factors to consider. In this meeting, you could vote for us to put the process in place. That is not necessarily a vote in favor of the bond.
Right. I was asking
Yeah.
some.
So I move that we direct staff to begin the procedure towards putting this on a ballot.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Demford, a second from Dr. Robinson to begin the process of moving towards a bond ballot initiative. Does that do what you need? Okay, discussion.
How much work is that if we don't end up voting to put it on the ballot?
That's why we're here. It's not an exorbitant amount of work.
Okay.
It's just that we research it, make sure that we're doing things properly. It's easier. It gives us the time to do it. I'm not trying to move it
To
tonight.
pace yourself.
I'm not
rather
trying to
than
move it
scramble.
tonight. It's a question of how much work is it and how much work is it on a certain timeline. But again, whenever the board decides, whatever you decide, that's exactly, we have good people in place that we will work with to get good answers for you about the process and how to proceed from there.
Can I ask what is involved in the campaign process where we are educating the public? Like, is that something communications department does? How does that work? And are there,
There are
is
legal
it-
requirements.
say that again?
There are legal requirements that would need to be met
Okay.
in educating the public on what the bond is.
Okay.
With notices of statements for, statements against, all those processes to gather that and put them together and mail them out.
But that is different than having staff employees, like if they wanted to meet after hours, like there's no conflict of interest in
Yeah.
us educating versus like
Yeah.
promoting or.
It's educating versus advocating.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Communications would educate.
Okay.
Employees, parents, others could advocate.
I see.
And board members could advocate within the restrictions that we would make clear to you after we consulted with experts in this area. But communications, in answer to your question, would educate and would work with attorneys to be sure that we didn't cross the line of advocating.
Thank you, thank you.
And in the past, groups form nonprofit groups that are, friends of field houses. Trying to think of good acronyms there, or whatever. Field house friends that would then advocate and do work just like with any other political campaign. But we would want to make sure that the board and staff members had clarity about what they could and could not do in terms of educating versus advocating.
Thank you.
That's the first step in this process that we're voting on, right?
And is it also pretty common that there would be a group of enemies of field houses that run their own campaign, kind of a?
You're asking for
Enemies of
$100?
field
You bet
houses?
there is.
And enemies of bonds, certainly.
Yeah, and so they just,
Mothers against
kind of
field
a-
houses.
grassroots thing, right? They just get together and.
Mothers are positive, remember?
Yeah, there'll
So that's to be expected in this.
various groups would
Yeah.
form, and you would expect that, yes, on each side of the issue, right?
That's outside of anything we might do. That's
Correct. Correct.
So can I ask for an interpretation of the please proceed? I am to, if the board votes yes on that, then I am to start working with bond counsel and with our financial counsel to put together the process.
Information so we know that we're following an appropriate legal process, I think is what I need first.
Yep.
I need to understand what my vote means. If we vote for this, how much money, what's the commitment, who can help?
Yeah, what's the process going forward?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that we establish the timeline. We have all the details for you, so you know exactly what the process would be. And then when you vote yes or no to put it on the ballot, you know exactly what would be happening as a result of that vote, or not happening as a result of that vote. Yeah.
President, tonight would just be administrative direction so that they can proceed. You're not formally taking any action. You're providing your administration with direction.
By our own policy, if we ask them to do more than an hour's worth of work, it takes board directive. So we're giving that board directive tonight.
Okay.
The reason I was
to vote?
asked, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
The reason I was asking is because that would engage additional groups. That's why I wondered if that was part of that direction. Okay.
Hey, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. So you have a good understanding of what we just asked? Perfect, because we don't. All right. So before,
And anyone who's interested in a field house at their high school can start planning your Friends of Field Houses committees.
Or if
somebody
you're
make a cool logo.
opposed.
Okay, before we move on, I am just curious, are there people here who are planning to stay beyond this field house discussion? I'm just trying to decide if we should move. Okay, so most of you are planning on leaving. We are so grateful that you are here, and we're so grateful for your interest. And you are, of course, welcome to stay, but if you're leaving anyways, we're going to take a short break and go into the study session room for half an hour. Welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. I feel like I've announced the date so many times tonight, but it is still Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We still have all 7 members of the Board of Education, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney present with us, as well as a few others. So we're going to continue tonight's conversation with a review of child nutrition meal charges. So we will turn it over to Dr. Larson, Mr. Thomas, and Ms. Katie Bastian.
Sorry. Okay, board members, a few years ago, 3 years ago, you may recall, well, most, may recall that we were here with a proposed meal charge increase. And we're here for that same purpose tonight. So we have Scott and Katie with us to discuss that and answer any questions you have about why it's being budget in and out. Well, it's the speakers connecting to the mics. There's a problem.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me come before you to discuss these price increases. Really what I hope to do is kind of paint a picture of what we are dealing with, and just not us, our child nutrition program, but other programs in the state and across the nation. To get started with, I wanted to give a big thanks to John Larson and Jamie in accounting. We have worked closely with our accounting department, human resources, with some other personnel things to have the most accurate data for this, and they have really helped us crunch the numbers, and I really appreciate that. So our School Nutrition Association is a professional association. Sorry. Okay, all right. For the nation, and represents child nutrition departments. They had a legislative action conference just in March last month, and we actually sent Katie Cole, our registered dietitian, with some other delegates from the SNA presidency here in Utah. They went back to Washington, D.C., and spoke with those on the Hill about things that are important and pressing for our program. A couple of the big things they brought up when meeting with different senators and congressmen is they asked to increase federal reimbursement rates for our school meals, 45 cents for lunch and 28 cents for breakfast. They asked that our programs be protected from future funding cuts and help to address the rising operational costs to run school nutrition programs. And so really the idea here is we're just trying to keep these programs sustainable nationwide. Now for Jordan specifically, just like John mentioned, we were here 3 years ago discussing a price increase, and it had been many, many years before that, before our next recent price increase. So the price increase that we did 3 years ago was 25 cents across the board for elementary breakfast, lunch, secondary breakfast, and lunch. Our adult breakfast went up 50 cents, and our adult lunch went up to 80 cents. We knew, and at that time of the presentation, that more increases would be needed. But again, at the end of every year, we take into account our budget, reimbursement rates, and we make those decisions as we go. And as we all know, we buy our own groceries. Inflation has increased by approximately 10%. That's just a best guess. So we know we had a huge jump with COVID, and then everything has just kind of gone up from there. And then I'll show on the next slide our reimbursement rates when, well, I'll just go to the next slide. So this slide shows, if you're looking at the federal and the lunch portion, in school year 22, we are getting reimbursed $4.39 for every meal, because that's when we are doing free meals for all. So for every meal we served, we got that nice high reimbursement rate. The next year, we went back to free, reduced, paid structuring, meaning based on students' eligibility if they qualified for free, reduced lunch, or paid. We had a temporary bump in the reimbursement rates that year that we knew would just be for a year. That's why when you see, like in the lunch category, it goes from 85 cents to 40 cents because we lost that temporary bump. And then we were pretty much just back to regular reimbursement. And this is for paid students. So you can see back in 22, we were getting paid or reimbursed for a paid student what we would get for a free student. But we received much smaller reimbursement for paid students. And essentially, and it's interesting to note also, when we were getting reimbursed more, we were also receiving supply chain assistance funds. I'm not sure, SCA funds, and our district received quite a bit of money for that, and those are no longer in play anymore. But as you can see from school year 24, 25, 26, the reimbursement rate for paid students has gone up pennies. And we all know inflation is much more than that. Breakfast is kind of the same. Our state reimbursement, that's our liquor tax, it's also gone down a little bit from year to year. Let's see, I think that's all for that one. So going for our year-end projection. This is why we're coming before the board for a proposed price increase for next school year. We're talking about projected losses. So our best case scenario as a loss is $3.1 million. Worst case scenario is $8.3 million. And our current best guess is 6.4. So let me just make sure I didn't miss something. Okay.
Explain that, what you mean by loss exactly.
Oh, yes, from our fund balance. So a little bit later on, we'll speak specifically to our fund balance, and it's the amount of money that we have, and we draw it down. If we are in the negative, we do have a fund balance, and we'll talk about that, what our current fund balance is and how we anticipate it drawing down over the next few years. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I did it.
Does everybody understand the reimbursement rates for paid meals? Is there any questions there? Okay.
So, talk to me about what constitutes a loss. So if a student pays the cost that we charge them, it actually costs us more to produce that lunch than what we charge the student. Is that right?
Yeah, well, we're not supposed to, we get the federal reimbursement for a paid student. We're not charging for a free student, sorry. We're not charging our paid students quite enough because we get liquor tax in Utah. So that makes it, because we can't subsidize a paid student with federal funds, but we can use liquor tax. And that's what's kept our paid student meals so cheap or so less expensive in Utah, because we have that liquor tax. But we still, in the end, have to cover our costs. So, did that answer your question?
So the things that would create like a cost difference would be students not paying for their meals, or I'm just trying to understand, the meals are actually costing more to produce than what the student paid.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
especially
that was the question.
for Jordan in particular, because, and we'll see this a little bit later on, we have such a low free and reduced percentage in Jordan, less than 20%. So the majority of our population is paid students. So for the majority of every meal, we're getting less amount than if that was a free student in a district who has very high free and reduced percent. They're getting a lot more of those free reimbursement rates for those meals. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is what we're looking at, our guesses for anticipated losses. This next slide shows our current comparison of our prices. And there's a lot of numbers there, but you can see Jordan's on the left side. And really, in just looking at the colors, green is good, red is bad, and yellow is about right in the middle. So currently, the cost of our meals in comparison to other districts around us, And we've reached out. I've talked to, directors. We have collaboration meetings to try and have fairly accurate information. But so as you can see, Jordan on the far left, we're pretty much square in the middle. And this is before any price increase. As we look at the price increase we are looking at this year, specifically on the left, those are the prices that we are charging this school year. The middle column is the proposed increases this year, so a 25-cent increase for elementary breakfast and elementary lunch, a 30-cent increase for secondary breakfast and secondary lunch, a 50-cent increase for adult breakfast, and 90-cent adult increase for adult lunch, bringing it to the right column, which is where our meal prices would be for this next school year.
On the chart you showed us before, it looked like adult lunch was green. It looked good. Why are we increasing that?
So it's
It's dark
pretty
green.
yellow. Yeah.
Oh,
Low.
If you
so green is low. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant green meant we were doing a good
no,
job.
green is like the very cheapest.
I misunderstood. Sorry.
Well, yeah.
And with adult meals, there's no reimbursement there, so they have to be full freight, what it costs to produce the meal.
Cost of the food and the labor. Yep. And so in looking at these adult breakfast and meal prices, these would, as we did the calculations with the federal things, these would cover what we would what would cover the cost of the meal, and it puts us in line with several of the other adult meals for the other district, which is this next slide. So this next slide is just like the one we saw before, but this is after our anticipated meal increases. And the other districts that we've talked to haven't got a hold of Granite. They're just increasing their prices or not next year. That's what we'll point out next. But as you can see, even with our price increase this year, or anticipated for this next school year, we are still really middle of the road in comparison to other districts. And there are other districts, everyone is making these same decisions. Do we increase our prices now? Do we wait? Do we do it incrementally? So there are several other districts who are considering price increases this year, next year. This is just a really good visual representation of where we are even after a price increase. And then just like you were asking, at the bottom of the screen, you can see the free and reduced. So Jordan is 19.91. We are a very low free and reduced district. And so we do not get that high reimbursement rate for lunch, $4.69 for most of our students.
Yeah. So like with Granite, can you see how they're 41% reduced, which is why their meals they can charge less because they get almost double the reimbursement that Jordan would get, or more than,
for almost half of their students. So it puts us in some ways a little bit of a disadvantage, also because we are a very large district. So we're serving more meals overall, which we love to do. You know, we have high participation rates in Jordan, which also has made this math kind of work for years in the past, is we serve so many meals, so many students. Okay. So the impact of these changes, if we are looking at the price increase next year, the increase in our revenues would be $1.1 million. When you look at that increase, we anticipate that there would probably be a downtick in participation, meaning we would lose some students eating with us, at least initially. We would hope that they would come back. But so that would decrease our revenues. We just guesstimated 1%, so maybe $716,000, which would also decrease our food costs if we're not feeding those students. So it becomes a net decrease for 420. The take-home message here is that increasing our prices would give us a revenue of $1.1 million. And then if you take into account the decrease in participation and the decrease of the cost of food, would come out of a net. So we would come out on top $716,000. And and like
Sorry to keep interrupting you.
no, it's great.
I'm just curious how many slides are left in your slide deck?
We're about halfway through.
We can break.
We can
About
take a
halfway?
break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you mind if we just pause? I hate to have people
No, it's
come for a sure time and then we don't honor it. So if that's okay, let's take a pause. We will hop over to public comment on school fees and then we'll pick back up. Sorry about that.
you're fine.
Are we going out there? Are they coming in here?
Is there a need to go out there? Okay. Are you guys okay in here? Perfect. All right. So for those trying to follow along, we're pausing to discuss our school fees. We want to make sure that we have opportunities for public comment prior to the timeline when we need to vote. So there's no changes on the school fees that we last proposed, but just an opportunity for public comment. So, are they on the spreadsheet? Oh, sorry, I thought you said we had two.
We have two people, not
Oh, I apologize. Okay, anyone here who is hoping to speak to public comment? We hear from you enough. I'm just kidding. We love having you here. Okay. Going. All right. It looks like no one here hoping to speak on public comment. We have one more opportunity, right? At our next meeting prior to the vote. Yeah, we'll vote in the next meeting, but not until we've heard one more time. So, all right. Sorry to make you move away for nothing, but let's continue hearing about school lunches.
Sorry, shouldn't have unhooked.
Can I ask about the increase in those numbers? That, hold on, I'm reading through your numbers one more time.
That's okay. I'm like, the
hard, we
take home
don't have
message
the-
is if we raise lunch prices, we will come out ahead. $716,000 is what we anticipate. Even though the revenues would be higher, we have to count in the decrease in participation. So those are all just guesstimates.
So I'm just thinking about, the cost of the food and cost of paying employees. Is that also still a net gain, or are those not included?
Not yet. So at some point, we'd have to look at some other options. This would just slow down the decrease of the fund balance. Does that make
Okay.
sense? There's still going to be a loss, even with, yeah.
We did take into account the decrease of some expenditures. We would think if we're feeding, like if the participation does decrease a little bit, we'll be feeding less kids, so it would be a little bit less food costs. But at that point, labor costs would still be the same until we make decisions going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Is the expectation to pay, obviously the expectation should be to pay for the cost of the food with the revenues generated by charging students for lunch. Are we also anticipating paying labor costs and basically all of the costs to run a nutrition program solely by the revenues generated by school lunch? Is that the expectation?
We are a standalone program, so we do not take money from the district unless we run out of fund balance. Then it has to come from the district budget. So eventually, and we're lucky that we do have state funds in Utah. But yes, eventually at some point the revenues have to make it so that our program runs in the green. At some point, either revenues, decreases in labors, that balance of that.
I'll just interject that another way to look at this is we don't use any property tax money to subsidize the school lunch program.
Including all the staff that are needed to provide it.
Correct.
Have a completely separate budget of like the general, I think the general fund, correct?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why isn't school meals included in what property tax is spent on?
It's a standalone fund, and it's a federal program, so we separate it apart from everything else to demonstrate compliance with all the federal rules, because every dollar that we receive in this program is considered under federal rules. And so we have to then mark it as abiding by those federal rules. And we have not subsidized the school lunch program with.
Could we though? Could we do truth in taxation and not raise?
Yes. In fact, I think there's a slide that kind of talks about that coming up.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is it unique that Utah State gives to the school lunch funds? Is that you?
The liquor tax is very unique, and sometimes I'm like, oh, we don't want to talk about it too much because people will know about it. It's a huge advantage to Utah child nutrition programs. And really, if you to have other family members outside of the state of Utah, if you ask them how much their lunches cost, if they're not on free and reduced, I would guess that it's $4 to $5 easily, because they don't have those liquor tax, the state funds, to help keep the meal prices low, because we can't subsidize the paid students with our federal dollars.
So other states are totally reliant on federal funding.
And charging their paid families more. Yeah, definitely.
Is there any impact in uncollectible? So in other words, somebody who doesn't pay, is that pretty common, and is that affecting the cost of lunch at all? I do know that we have good people in the community that will go and pay uncollected lunches, but how are we doing in that area?
It is something of concern, and I think it's also in one of the other slides. I think our last amount that we looked at for the end of Q3 was a deficit of $300,000 district-wide. I wouldn't say that's more than any other district when you take into account our size. It's also a problem. It's not creating this price, this problem that we have. It's definitely not helping it. If everyone would pay their bills, it would definitely help. But kind of a separate issue that is another issue that's continuing to grow for sure is the student meal deficit. So,
and if we were to raise it, that could be worse.
There is a potential for that too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so talking about our fund balance, this is some of the extra money, rainy day money that we received when we were getting those high participation rates. When everyone was getting, we were doing the free meals for all, is really when our fund balance grew. So you can see at the end of this past school year, our fund balance was very healthy, $19 million. But we had an operating loss last year of 2.4. So our fund balance was 22 or so before that. So you can see the loss of 2.4 brought it down to 19.5 million. For next year, with our projected losses being anywhere from 3.1 million to worst case scenario 8.3 million. And then if you take into account the net impact of raising our prices for that additional $716,000. You can see, we'll see in the next slides what impact that will have on our fund balance. And really the goal, like our federal guidelines want us to keep at least an operating, 3 months operating balance. And so we've figured that to be about 33% of our expenditures, or about $10 million, is a good thing to keep in your fund balance. However, there are several districts who are not only losing those 3 months of operating expenditures, but who will be running out of their fund balance entirely and looking to their district, like you said, to subsidize or look at other options. Districts in this valley who will be running out of fund balance by next school year. So let's see. Okay, so this will have a couple of slides that will be similar, and it'll just be going over the different scenarios. So this is our worst case scenario. You can see on the far left side, that's the anticipated loss, the 8.3 million. And then if you were to subtract that, so the bottom number is really what we'll be watching, and that is our fund balance. So even with the worst case scenario, we lose 8.3 million. Even with our price increase, put in that 716,000 gain, 296,000, 100,000 loss. You can see at the end our fund balance goes to 3.683. Do you see that? And then you can see as it progresses from year to year how we will very, very quickly not only go below what we like to, but we will deplete our fund balance entirely if the worst case scenario plays out.
Are there any questions on that slide? Does that make sense? The bottom, the worst case that we have, we have one more year basically.
Go
All
into
below
the
our
negative.
our goal.
What determines what kind of scenario we have? Worst case, average, or best case scenario? What kinds of things
That's
determine
a very
that?
good question, and why we're hoping like it's somewhere closer to as you'll see, there's a couple more scenarios. Our best case scenario, or best guess, is like you saw several slides back, we receive the 75 cents per lunch of state reimbursement, which is the liquor tax. We also, at the end of the year, there is a bucket of the liquor tax left, and whatever money is left, they distribute it according to the number of meals that they served. And so just for example, last year in August, we got our bolus of over $2 million in liquor tax. So really that makes it really hard to plan, in that we know that we're getting the 75 cents a meal from liquor tax, but we don't ever know what that end of the year bolus is going to look like. And that's why our worst case and best guess are so vastly different, and because it really depends on what happens with the liquor tax and how much there is at the end of the year. I wish that they would make it, for a time the state office made the meals so it had $1.20 state reimbursement, and that made it easier for us to plan. But I don't know if it makes it harder for the state to budget or what. Not the State Office of Education, they quickly took it back to the 75 or 80 cents a meal, knowing that we hope and we plan on getting a bolus of whatever money is left in that pot for every district. So,
I don't know whether to be happy that we got $2 million extra in liquor tax or not.
Buy more liquor? Is that what you're concerned about?
Everybody do your part.
Yes. Yeah. So the next couple slides are they're the same, but they're just showing the different. So this is our best case. So then this is showing if we were to lose the very least amount that we thought that we will, the 3.1 million, as you watch the fund balance along the bottom, we draw it down so much slower, 16 million, 14 million, 11 million, and that gives us time to plan and prepare. So we hope this is closer, but even with this best case scenario, you can see within 3 or 4 years, it's taking us under what we would want for an operating cost in our fund balance. And that is another reason why we're still coming to the board at this point for a price increase. Is I think we are looking at it that we would prefer to look at it and do incremental price increases and look at our budget, like I said, every year and evaluate things as we go, rather than waiting till things get really bad and having to do a large price increase. We want to keep our constituents, our families in our district as transparent as we can, and I would say small incremental price increases are probably better, and it looks closer to what other districts are doing as well. The last scenario is our best guess, and that's with an anticipated loss of 6.4, and you can see here that is still fairly significant, and if that's more what we're leaning towards this year, then our fund balance will also decrease quickly. And that's why in a couple of slides, we'll talk about what else are we looking about other than just increasing prices for our program. Any questions on those? Okay, so again, our recommendation to the board is that we increase 25 cents for elementary breakfasts and lunches and 30 cents for secondary breakfasts and lunches, 50 cents for adult breakfasts and 90 cents for adult lunches. And like I've mentioned, with this increase, we feel like it will give us a little bit more wiggle room to look again at next year and see where we are. Our last increase was 3 years ago. If we feel like we can push it and be able to last it a little bit longer without a price increase, we will. But we will continue to work with our accounting department and looking at our budget from year to year and our anticipated revenues with reimbursement rates, hoping that those go up. But this gives us the ability to have a little bit of wiggle room and also continue to look at it for the future. So we talked about some other changes that may be necessary, and we would also like to make these changes in incremental year to year, and again, see where we are. For this school year, we are looking at reducing the number of staff in schools to meet the meal counts. So we have staffing patterns in each of our schools, and it's based on the number of meals per labor hour, meaning if your school serves this many meals, you have this many staff members to prepare the meals at your school. For the last couple of years, we have had maybe a couple of schools that are outside of their staffing patterns, and we've chosen to work with those overages through attrition, meaning when a staff member retires, we choose not to rehire for that position. But just where we are financially right now, we will be moving forward with a small RIF. It's not a lot of employees. It's a handful, under 10 or so, that will be affected. And we've worked with our human resources department. And really, it's not picking and choosing what schools. It's very systematic because it's based on those staffing patterns and the number of meals per labor hour. And if one school is doing it with this number of employees, every other school that's within that same number of meals should be doing it as well. So that is at least for this year. Other things that we have brainstormed with our John and our accounting department, and possibly we'll see where things are at, but looking in following years, is reducing the number of non-student contract days for our staff. So we have the 1 health and wellness day, 3 teacher professional development days, and 3 days before school starts, and then any snow days. Anytime that we have those days, professional development days are relatively new in the calendar. I wasn't a director when it happened, but 5, 6, 7 years ago, and our contracts haven't changed. So those days didn't used to exist in our calendar, or we had the students eating on those days. And those are now days where our staff is still set to have those as contract days, but we're losing the revenue of not having the students in the school eating. So we pay all of our contract staff as well as we lose revenue. So we kind of get hit twice. So we are looking at the possibility of reducing their contracts and taking out some of those days where the students are not in school eating.
I have a question about the days before school starts. Is there any preparation that needs to happen in a kitchen before the students start being served meals, and how long does that take? And is it the nutrition services that does it, or can custodial staff do it? Anyway, that's
No,
what I'm curious
that's
about.
a very good question, and we had a lot of meetings with our staff to see the professional development days and health and wellness day would probably be first. And then as I was talking to my coordinators, we have a lot of people in our office who have years of service with our department. And we would still probably need to keep at least 2 days before school as contract days, even though students aren't there, because they have to be there to receive deliveries from Nicholas, from our warehouse. And then they also have to be there to open the kitchen, start cooking, start baking their desserts, cleaning everything. They can't just show up the day of and be ready to serve 800 kids for one of our larger schools. So we anticipate we would still need to at least include at the minimum 2 days before school started to kind of get things up and running when we didn't have students there for their revenue. Okay. Looking further And it seems like things get a little bit, we push them out farther because they're a little bit less palatable, but looking into future years, reducing the number of hours for our staff. So currently in Jordan, we pay benefits to all of our eligible employees. So what most districts call cooks, our 6-hour workers and our kitchen managers. We still pay benefits to all of those, insurance and URS benefits if they want them, to all of our 6 hours and managers. Several years ago when I think URS made the change, most districts, I guess some of them grandfathered in their current staff, but at this point they are no longer paying new staff members, those cooks. They moved them down to under 6 hours and they are not benefit eligible. So at this point, most other districts in the state of Utah are only paying benefits to their managers and so we are still doing that, and we have always prided ourselves in being able to do that, but it does show a cost to continue to do that. So that's something we can continue to look at. We don't want to, and hopefully that's why it's down the road a little bit, but it's something we need to at least address as a possibility. And then also in the future, it shows that some districts, like I said, some districts are running out of their fund balance entirely and looking to their district to cover their costs from the general fund. And there is, I think, Logan City School District, the director there said when they took a price increase, of course, Logan City School District is quite a bit smaller, but their board chose to subsidize it for a year to put off price increases. But down to someone has to cover the cost eventually if those fund balance do run out. So again, we watch these numbers very carefully, and we would just like to reiterate that we at the end of each year, we really evaluate where we are, and we take these decisions very seriously because we know it affects really everyone, our families, our staff. And so we know they're hard decisions, but decisions that we need to make sure that our program continues to run as it has. So does anyone have any additional questions?
Talk to me about when we did the last increase, what was the impact to users? Did you see a big drop off? How did that affect you?
We have seen a decrease in participation. However, in speaking with other school districts in the state of Utah, it seems like there's a decrease in participation overall, and even a decrease in the amount of people applying for free and reduced meals. So I'm not sure if to attribute our decrease, because it has steadily decreased, but in talking to other districts who may have not raised their prices at that particular time when we had, in general, I would say we are seeing a decline in participation for Utah in general. And the State Office of Education, we get entitlement or USDA funds based on the number of meals we serve, and Utah as a whole, our numbers have declined for the last few years. And I don't know exactly what that is, but I would attribute some of it is to the price increase. But again, as long as we're keeping our price increases minimal and reasonable, it's really hard to pack a lunch for your child, especially if you're doing anything prepackaged, for a lot less than what we're providing them. And, you know, they get hot food, fresh fruits and vegetables, milk, like there's so many offerings. It really is still a very, good value for our families.
So when you say the percent of users, because we understand that our enrollment is declining in general. So are you saying the percentage of kids enrolled, fewer of them are eating lunches, or just there are fewer lunches being sold?
They both, because we know that our enrollment is falling, but I would say our participation is still probably falling a little bit greater than what I would attribute enrollment falling. But we have taken that into account as well.
And President, one of the schedules we put in the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, in the statistical section, tracks that for you if you want to track the percentage of students that are eating school lunch. You can see the history there, what's happened.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Now that you say it, I remember you pointing it out.
I have a question.
Yeah.
We established that this program is separate from all of our other funds, and then it's supposed to provide for itself, fund itself. It's obvious from the slides that you showed that within a few years we're going to run out of, or we're either going to run out of funding, or we're going to drop below the level that we want to be at in that fund. We're kind of living off of a windfall, right, that we got earlier. So my question is, if that's the expectation, that it's self-funding, what would the increase need to be in order to be self-funding? So that we break even, so that we don't have a loss. What would we have to charge?
That is a very good question. And I think that's why we evaluate it at the end of each year, because we're looking at, do we still have liquor tax? And aside from just price increases, like we say, we need to look at not only ways to increase our revenue, but we need to look at ways to decrease our costs as well. And that's why some of these other options of decreasing contract days, possibly taking away benefits, is going to decrease our costs. And so it's hard to say what the amount. I mean, if you look at what we're charging adults, charging our paid students $4, but we need to take into account we're still getting, as long as we're still receiving liquor taxes. And we can always keep our fingers crossed that the federal reimbursement rates will increase overall, more than just 1 or 2 cents a year.
I don't think it would be difficult to come up with that number. We have the numbers that you provided, and there's a shortfall based on the 25-cent increase. Figure out if it's $1, if it's $1.50, that loss would come down to zero. It's just a math problem.
Yeah, I could do that for you, but what Katie's mentioning would have to be the assumption. What do we assume the federal government's going to do about their reimbursement rates? We don't know what they're going to do till July.
But we've made assumptions in the numbers already. Yeah, so
Yeah,
just
we
use
did.
those same assumptions.
Same assumptions.
The only thing that we want to change is what would
We could look at
Gap there, yeah.
the math for that and just get, like you say, a best guess of what we would need to charge. For sure.
It seems like that's, well, I don't want to say that's the only solution, but
In the end, like you say, and like we've talked with John, in the end, our only option is to continue raising lunch prices and decreasing our costs as much possible. But if there isn't another thing that comes in to help us, that really is our only option when we've exhausted all other resources of being able to decrease our costs as much as possible. You're right. At some point, we just have to continue increasing prices.
yeah,
And then at what point does that then break participation? That break point where
We want to
everybody's
stay somewhere in the
out.
realms of what everyone else is doing, but everyone else is in the same boat too. When talking to other school districts in Utah and nationwide, everyone is dealing with these same, looking at most districts do have a fund balance. We're larger, so we have a larger one, but we also have larger losses. But everyone is looking at the same thing and looking at each other. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And we're all hoping that something happens. But I would say year to year, that's why we're really watching, because I don't want to, like Scott says, we don't want to do that large increase and lose. If we lose participation, we have to cut staff anyways, because then we're not serving the number of meals. So it's a very balance.
raising it 25 cents a year is not going to cut it. Obviously, we're going to be
Right.
underfunded in a matter of 2 or 3 years. So
Given the static assumptions, 25 cents a year wouldn't cut it. There'd have to be other cost reductions elsewhere.
or cost increases, or both.
Yes, or greater than 25 cents a year, yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, income by legislators, could that be one of our priorities to legislators? Because if this is happening everywhere, perhaps they can help fund, especially as we've lost money in the federal programs.
Back to that, one of the very first slides that Katie showed, that state reimbursement is falling. And although the state's theory is, well, that's okay, but we'll give you a big amount at the end, it makes it harder on our end to then plan for, well, where are we going to end the year with this money? So yeah, I suppose a legislative request could be, could you just bump that up 5 cents a meal?
So when we looked at those numbers, I think I remember seeing 80 cents and it went down to 75 cents from the state. Is that factoring in that bolus of the tax we get in August, or is that separate?
So the state numbers are over on the right-hand side, and that's just the numbers I know. When I do my claim each month, I know that I can plan on that amount. I have no idea what's coming this August to help us hopefully get closer to the best case scenario for this year.
So what I'm asking is the fiscal year 24, that 80 cents, did that factor in the bolus you got August after? No. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the best and worst case scenario factors
Going forward, yeah.
I mean, that's what I understood is
Yeah.
that's the unknown where it's somewhere here.
That's why we get so afraid anytime they talk about, like there was some bills and legislation, and I reached out to both John and Mike, letting them know, hey, I have concerns with these bills because they're talking about taking 8% of the state's liquor tax and creating a new eligibility code for families who don't qualify for reduced. That would be great for those families, but they don't understand the impact it has on all of Utah's families. Is as soon as you take away, and the way it is right now, it's a very simple thing we don't have to do. We just have to make sure we're meeting the federal guidelines, and if we serve a reimbursable meal, we know we're guaranteed those funds. So,
As strange as it is, more liquor tax, more people drinking liquor helps the school lunch program. That's the way this.
Just buying it. They don't have to drink it.
There you go. There you go.
People use it on their grass or something.
And the state, when the state looks at programs to divert that money to something else for whatever political purpose, then it just hurt all the families that participate in this program, whether they're free, reduced, or paying.
Well, that's why I'd be interested in seeing if you factored in the bolus to the fiscal year reimbursement per every lunch, and you divided that $2 million by how many lunches. Where does that go? And is that bolus decreasing? Is
that would be a very, we could do that. See what we get for the total year and just divide it by the number of lunches that we served.
Because that would give us at least some data to talk to legislators about, rather than not counting it at all and then not knowing.
Yeah.
So does it matter whether the student was on free or reduced lunch in terms of the amount that we are reimbursed from federal and state? Like, do we get less if it was a reduced lunch student?
The free reimbursement rate is essentially the same as the reduced. The reduced, like we can't choose what we charge our reduced students. It's set at 30 cents for breakfast and 40 cents at lunch. So the reimbursement rates are set up so that the reduced reimbursement rate is 30 cents lower and 40 cents lower. So in the end, when the student chooses that meal and pays their reduced amount, we're receiving the same amount of money as we would for a free student. Yeah.
Right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no reduced lunches, right? If you qualify for free.
House Bill 100 for Utah's legislature, we have to provide documentation, and quarterly we're getting reimbursed. So any family that qualifies reduced is not paying for their lunch. We're accounting for it, and then we are being reimbursed for it. They still have to pay for 30 cents for their breakfast, but reduced families in Utah do not have to pay the cost of their lunches.
And that sunsets, right? When does that happen?
I believe
It sunset, and they renewed it for one more year. My guess is they're just going to look at it every year.
So that's a potential, another ding. And then I'm just curious how like rising gas prices are increasing the cost of food for everyone. So when we heard your presentation at the last increase, we were told this is one in a series of increases. This is not going to do it. Is that the case still? We know this is just, we're
This is
trying
just
to
the
make
beginning.
a dent, and we will continue to increase until we levelize out the fund.
I might want to use an analogy of landing a plane.
Good analogy.
John mentioned this.
But let's,
Same idea.
we're also hoping that costs come down. That's the thing, we're trying to
Yes.
bide some time, that inflation levelizes, costs come down, and we don't have to continue to increase that much. It's inflation that we're fighting right now.
The problem is it's going the wrong direction with this war.
It's definitely going the wrong direction, and we have to keep up.
But I think that's one of the reasons SNA was asking for such a substantial increase, 40 cents increase in a reimbursement rate, considering it's just been pennies, 1, 2 cents, 3 cents. A 40-cent increase reimbursement rate across the board would be fairly huge. And so I think that's one of the reasons SNA asked for that, is it just looks like for this program nationwide, it's becoming not financially feasible to run it as it is, with the costs and the increased food costs, operating costs, equipment costs, labor costs. We want to continue to pay our employees, and every time the district decides to give steps and lanes, we support that, but we feel it in our budget, and that I have to cover that myself. The district isn't covering that.
It's the board that increases those costs for you
Well,
Not sorry. Just kidding.
we
by
aren't.
compensating employees
Right.
even better than before.
We aren't either, we say that that's always a cost that we support, because we support our labor staff, and we have a large labor staff. We employ over 500 people in Jordan School District, so, yeah. Other questions?
So the end question for the board is this one here is, are you comfortable with us moving forward with that price increase? Because there's things that we need to be doing, like registration materials, need to get that out. There's preparing the budget for approval in June, getting information on website and other promoting free and reduced lunch applications. So if you're not comfortable with us moving forward with it, please tell us. But if you are, then those are the type of things we're going to start doing in preparation for the approval in the budget hearing in June.
Can I make a little request? I am supportive of this increase, but I would like to know prior to you decreasing benefits for employees what your intentions are, so that the board understands and then has an opportunity to decide whether we'd like to find another way to supplement. I'm pretty comfortable with the top grouping, but the bottom made me squirm.
I agree. That
Did
I'm
us
like
too.
that. It's the most unsettling. I'm like, that is the least thing I would want to do, and that's why we've put it out a couple of years. But we would definitely want to come before the board and say, again, this is where we're at. We're doing all we can to lower costs and increase revenue, and get your guys' feedback as well. Definitely.
When you get to that point, and I understand that right now they're considerations, but if they become realities, I would like to hear about it before.
So we often speak in terms of red, yellow, green proposals, in terms of impact to families versus impact to our programs. So if you want to come in and say, here's how we can solve this problem and not raise not raise meals. And that's when you say, we could do that, but this is what it would cost in terms of our personnel. Or we could, and I would very much support a proposal that said, here are multiple ways to solve this problem, and before you don't assume that we were going to go all the way to the red. Give us a chance to find a solution that's in the orange or the yellow.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's why we are bringing this to you now because I thought sticking to our staffing patterns and doing a modest price increase is the first step, and then letting you guys know this is where we're at with our ideas that we have. But we are definitely, open to suggestions and want your input as we move forward as well.
Can I ask for clarification on both those comments? Can you go back one slide so we can see it? The first one you're comfortable with? Or
So-
want us not to even do that one unless we come to the board first?
Myself, I'm comfortable with the first and second bullet. The third bullet, I would just reduce it by 1 day. And those things I'm comfortable with you doing without coming to us. But if you need to go more than that, that's where I'm at. What do
I
you
think
guys?
what I would say is there's a very reasonable expectation that everyone should have. It's a reasonable expectation that when the number of meals go down, the staff go down. That's a reasonable expectation. If we're not preparing a meal for Wellness Day, we're not going to pay you for that meal for Wellness Day. That's a reasonable expectation. But for someone to all of a sudden be told, I'm going to be working less so that we can cut costs, that's not a reasonable expectation. That's something that I would like to be involved with. So I would say where I'm at is make all the reasonable accommodations. But
I think that's
That
good
helps.
clarification.
when you're going to hurt someone that has an expectation that shouldn't happen, that's where I would say maybe come to the board and see if we can propose an alternative.
Or
Yeah.
like work the same amount, but now you get paid less for what you have always been doing. That makes me really.
That's not a reasonable expectation.
So, like, if we were gonna say, now you don't have insurance, but we still have the same expectation of you, I would really want to be involved in that.
I was under the impression, though, that the board has delegated these types of responsibilities to the superintendent and his staff. Hiring and firing, benefits, all those kinds of things are out of we have delegated the hiring and firing to staff.
Not necessarily,
But
like,
this isn't necessarily hiring and
It is
Fire-
it's firing,
Pay rate,
possibly.
that's pay rate.
Letting people go.
a reduction in forces.
that's still our lane, I think. I mean, we did it for educators, our teachers. I'm not sure why we're not doing it for our support personnel. We have a RIF policy, and we solved that problem by putting them in a sub-league. And I'm wondering if we had to let someone go, if there's some way we can reallocate them to somewhere else and that they would be happy, and put together a policy to help our support professionals in that kind of case. I mean, we can't guarantee all the time that there's, I had someone call me about a teacher that was recently put in the risk, and we can't always guarantee that there's a place in every school for everybody, but we can promise as a board, and I think this is our lane, to do right with that employee and try to, get them at another school or get them a different position if they're willing to take it.
My response to, sorry.
I agree with Brian. I think to me where this becomes relevant is because to get to a point, we might then say we want to use general fund money to cover this. So we're not making employment decisions, but we might choose to give money so they don't have to cut. That's where I see our role as.
My response is the superintendent saying, I have no choice but to do this. And the board says, right, given your resources, that's what you would have to do, but we're going to provide additional resources. That's what I'm asking for, is before the superintendent says, I'm going to have to make these cuts and I have the power to do it, I have no other option given the circumstances, I would like him to come to the board to say, do you want to change my circumstances? So therefore, I don't have to make those cuts.
Especially where it's our decision on pay structure directly affects this budget, right? Like, we tell them what they will pay. We don't give them an infusion of money like we might otherwise if we did a truth in taxation.
So are they ESPs? Is that, and so whenever we vote to increase ESP pay, they have to figure out how to cover that?
And I'll take that out a little further, right? The same would apply if a principal has used TSSA funds to hire someone. Then poof, now that costs more than you budgeted for because we chose to increase benefit. But I think that's why we want to be cognizant, not why we want to stop increasing benefit.
Thank you. That helped me greatly. Should we?
Need more? Do you need a formal
It-
vote tonight?
No, I want to, but we just need the nod proceed.
With at least the price increase and just the planned RIFs for next year, which fall in line with the staffing patterns of all the other schools.
Why don't I take a motion?
Before we do that, I would like to have a motion to move forward, but a regular vote in the general session. Because I don't like taking votes on things that I heard for the first time.
Well,
We'll have to.
part of my intent was
That part of the budget.
that it would be part of the budget. But if you want to do it separate from the budget, we can do that.
That's the appropriate place.
Either way, I would like to be able to say to people, so I mean, the motion today, should I make it? A motion that we move forward with the proposal that we've heard today on nutritional services. And be able to ratify that in a budget hearing. So is that?
It's
For the next
I-
screen.
just a lot of prep work
Clarify
before.
that
What
real
I'm voting
quick.
for, yeah.
Clarify it.
Because the proposal on that last slide was that we start reducing staff.
Oh, we talked about not doing.
Excuse me. Is that included in
But
your
this
motion?
is just bringing those districts or those schools who are outside of the staffing pattern in line with what every other school who's serving.
That's outside of our range, though, isn't it?
Yeah, she's just wondering, are you including all of that in your
Just
Yeah.
the increase in meal prices.
Increase in meal prices. I don't know that we have to tell you to reduce that.
Where was the last slide that said?
Like, the question, right? Like, are you comfortable with us moving forward? What did that say? There we go. It's just the price increase that they're asking.
Yeah, so my motion, just to clarify, is to move forward with the price increase and allow you to make the decisions you need to with the understanding that the board can support you in those decisions, so. I don't know if that's very clear, that's probably. Someone else make the motion.
I move that we accept the recommendation for the price increases and for the RIF according to your staffing model.
Perfect. That's what we.
I'll second it. You're so much better.
I can talk. We have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Dr. Robinson, that we begin moving forward with an increase in the costs of meals as well as appropriately aligning staff to the student population. Did that cover that? Okay. More discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next agenda item are calendar committee recommendations for proposed calendars for the 27-28 school year. That is next year. And these are just some edits because of state law, right?
We have a couple of calendars. One is an edit to state law for
This
the next school
agenda
year.
item.
Then
It's 3D, though.
Oh, the next one down. Okay, perfect. So we will turn it over to Dr. Anderson and Mr. Olson.
thank you. Yes, we have a couple of agenda items regarding to the calendar. But the first is going to review the proposed calendars for the 27-28 school year. And is here to explain that. We just appreciate the work he's done with the calendar committee. You'll see a lot of grids with numbers and letters on them, but really
the calendars that are approved by this board they represent the operational backbone for our community, I think, because people schedule work schedules around them, childcare, vacations. These calendars dictate even other schools' calendars, other charter schools and private schools and preschools and so forth. So it really is a tremendous undertaking that Mr. Olson and his committee of employees and parents take on each year. We appreciate the diligent efforts that they've had here. And with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Olson.
All right. Thank you so much for that introduction. As Dr. Anderson said, I'm here representing the calendar committee, which is made up of a parent from each feeder system, representatives from JEA and JESPA, and administration from each level. And we meet annually to come up with calendar options. Our meeting this year was February 27th, and we have 3 options to present to the board. Just as a point of order, there are no Utah visible solar eclipses that occur during the 27-28 school year.
Wait. There is the Ring of Fire on January 26, 2028. It is a Thursday. It is in between Dirk Burton's birthday and Dan McKay's birthday, which are on the side. So
Listen, he
Man, you got something brown on your nose.
I'm having a hard time to decide if I'm going to go to the Ecuador, Peru, Colombia party or the Northern Morocco party.
Wait till 2045 right here.
We don't want anyone to fall into a burning ring of fire, so we're going to have them in school on that day.
Again, there are no
There's some minor
Utah
ones.
visible solar eclipses.
Good thing you put the Utah visible in there.
I have this picture here to remind the board of a couple of things. Those of you who have had a Thanksgiving know that there are multiple ways you can carve a turkey. Some of them work better than others, but no matter how you carve a turkey, there will only be 2 drumsticks. In that statement, substitute calendar for turkey, and you hopefully understand the point I'm trying to make. I don't know what the drumsticks represent. There are lots of ways we can make calendars. There are not a lot of ways we can make calendars that everyone is going to like. The calendar committee does some wonderful work to create calendars that are functional and meet the requirements of state law and will work for the district. That doesn't mean they're the best calendar that everyone has ever seen. Likewise, just as a Thanksgiving dinner is often a point of contention for many families, calendars are a hot button item, and we have tried to, as always, respond to the needs of our community. As part of the survey that we go through each year, we ask the community for their preference on a variety of items, and we use those to influence the following year's calendar options as we create them. So the calendars proposed may not be the favorite of everyone who will take the survey, but they all work. There are also trade-offs and consequences for all of those. So moving into those options. Option 1 to provide for you is the early spring recess option. Under this option, teachers would start back on August 10th. Students would begin on August 18th and 19th. Fall recess plus a grade transmittal day would take place on October 22nd through the 29th. Winter recess plus a professional development day, and I'll just call that out. We have the winter recess here at the end of December, as usual. This January 3rd day would be a professional development day, so it would be a teacher work day, but it would not be a student day, just to kind of provide a transition back into January. That would last.
Oh, where quarters end.
So I will tell you right here. First quarter would end on October 21st and a grade transmittal day on the 22nd. Second quarter would end on January 14th after winter recess and that PD day with a grade on January 18th.
14th or 4th?
14th. We would go into third quarter, which would last through into March with a grade transmittal day on the 24th, followed by spring recess. And fourth quarter would then last through to June 2nd.
It's a lot of white days.
So it is a lot of white days. The reason for that comes up in our next agenda item. So you can hold that thought for a moment if you would. This is the early spring recess option because spring recess is early. That's all there is to it. Option 2 is the late spring recess option. I don't want to spoil it, but this is called this because spring recess is late in this option. For teachers, we would come back on the 9th, with students beginning on the 17th and 18th of August. First quarter would go through October 15th, with a grade transmittal day on the 18th, followed by fall recess. Second quarter would then begin on the 25th, continuing through. We have a 2-week winter recess. Again, a professional development day on that one day back. And the quarter would end on January 14th, with a grade transmittal day on the 18th. Third quarter continues through to March 23rd, with a grade transmittal day on the 24th. And then after 2 weeks, we have spring recess there in April. Easter in this calendar, I believe, is the 16th of April. I would have to double check, but I believe it's the 16th. So this is one of the years where it's quite late, yes. School year would end on June 2nd. Okay. Option number 3. This is a December semester change. Now, before we get too much into this option, there are some trade-offs with this calendar, and I will talk you through those in just a minute. Teachers would begin back on August 6th. To my knowledge, this would be the earliest return back for teachers that the district has ever had. Students would begin on August 16th. This would only be the second time that we have started back on the 16th, and it is the earliest start date we've had for students. So this calendar has an early start for teachers and for students. First quarter would last through October 13th, with a grade transmittal day on the 14th, followed by 2 days of fall recess on the 15th and the 18th. Again, there are a lot of ways to carve the turkey, but there's only so much turkey to go around. So as you make one choice, there are other choices that have to accompany that. To make a semester change in December, fall recess is shorter to make that happen. The second quarter begins on the 19th. In this option, we have a professional development day on November 1st.
Thank you
Moving
very much.
forward into December,
Put on this calendar.
the quarter ends on December 21st, followed by a grade transmittal day on the 22nd. Winter recess continues through January 4th. Third quarter begins on January 5th. Third quarter would go from January 5th through to March 10th, with a grade transmittal day on the 13th. We would then have 3 weeks of fourth quarter before spring recess, and the school year would end on Friday the 26th, prior to Memorial Day. Now, I mentioned that there were some trade-offs. Let me explain a few of those to you. To accomplish this, semesters and quarters cannot be equal lengths. We try very hard to prioritize making semesters equal whenever we can, at 90 days each. There may be some variation. First and second quarters may be different lengths, third and fourth, but if we can have them equal 90, that's ideal, because if you're a teacher who does a semester class, to have one semester have 5 or 7 or 8 extra days is difficult. This option, there is no way to accomplish that without having the school year start in July. It is very difficult to do. We are also bumping up against some limits for classes that have seat time requirements. Because first semester is so short, some of those classes will be very hard pressed to meet their seat time requirements in the class time that's available to them.
How many days difference are we talking?
5.
It's about 5 days.
85 and 95.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a significant amount. The semester would end in December and come back in January. The Jordan District has not done that to my knowledge. It would be a significant shift that would require a good deal of planning and adjustment. The last thing I would point out
Get a break.
is the school year under this option ends on the Friday before Memorial Day. Now that may sound appealing. However, the orphan districts of Alpine graduate that week. So our ability to have graduation venues is significantly harder, because instead of having a week to ourselves, we're competing with 3 other districts. And competing with 3 other districts is really the case because right now Alpine can schedule their graduations however they want. But that will no longer be the case because each district will want their own day. Also, as Board Member Robinson has mentioned several times, UHSAA spring sports are still in state tournaments at that point. So you would be asking some students to make a choice between walking at graduation and completing in a state tournament.
Why couldn't we push the last day of school to June 1st? And then throw those 3 extra days in that long period of stretch of time in.
So we absolutely could add days off somewhere. The feedback we have fairly consistently had is that parents don't enjoy random days off. It makes it tough to plan when there is just a Friday or just a Thursday and Friday that is not connected to something. That's one of the reasons why for several years now, for the fall conferences, we have split those so that when secondary are on their comp day, elementary has a teacher professional development day. So on that Friday, no students are in attendance. The following week, when elementary has their comp day, secondary has a teacher professional day, so no students are in attendance, to make it more consistent for families and easier to plan. Another way we've attempted to address that, this year was the first time we did it. February conferences, we have typically had secondary on the week before Washington and Lincoln Day, with a comp day making a 4-day weekend. Elementary was the following week, having Monday off and a comp day off on Friday, but then we had elementary and secondary with different schedules. This year we combined those into a single week so that all students had a common comp day on Friday and Monday off for Washington and Lincoln Day to try to minimize that. The other potential consequence that happens when we just add extra days off somewhere is everything else has to shift. So a case in point, if we were to say, well, let's add 3 days off to the beginning of March, and on this calendar we put them on March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That then potentially pushes the end of that quarter back by 3 days as well. So the quarter would end on Friday. District policy requires that a grade transmittal day be the next school day after a quarter ends. So the quarter would end on Wednesday, a grade transmittal day on Thursday where students don't attend, and a Friday where everyone is back in school. So one of the common flavors of questions that comes up is a why don't you? Why don't you just? But
the grade transmittal day is something that we can control, right? It's not mandated. In fact, this board has even talked about doing away with it at one time.
They are in policy.
They're in well, is it in policy? Because I thought we tried to get all that stuff out of policy.
It is in policy. It's not negotiated, but it is in D207.
We need to get back to that.
The other thing to keep in mind is how we tend to do the calendars in the committee is we start at winter recess and then work backwards to the start date and work forward to the end date. So little shifts like that can have dramatic impacts one way or the other. So we'll have some option for other comment or feedback. Tonight we're presenting these to the board prior to public survey. That survey will begin within the next day or two and run through April 27th. On the 28th, we will return with the results of that survey, provide a recommendation to the board for a calendar to approve, and in business meeting, ask the board to take a vote to approve a calendar option.
Do you know that in none of these 3 calendar options are you giving any consideration to leap day?
Is there a leap day this year?
Something against frogs, I think.
Is it leap year?
It is leap year. We're gonna have to go to school on a day the day doesn't exist.
President George, I might add, you asked about Easter, and there was a law that was passed this year that requires us to consider Good Friday and other religious holidays. So the committee will, this didn't go into effect until after the committee met, but they do consider those holidays and as part of their process.
They don't have to be a day off. We just have to.
We have to give it consideration.
Be aware that it's a.
That's correct.
If we are able to schedule it as a recess, that we do so. we have considered Good Friday for every year that I've been involved in the calendar. However, we also consider the results of the community survey. And one of the preferences in that survey is to have spring recess attached to the end of third quarter. And that doesn't always work with Good Friday.
Talk to me more about the impact of having unbalanced semesters. How big of a deal is that to teachers?
Big deal to teachers. We hear about that.
So we also hear that if the quarter ends and then I get my break, then I actually get to relax and enjoy the break. Which one will win in their priority list? Like, would it be worth having unbalanced semesters to get those breaks? Because this does a good job of giving you a real break at a quarter.
I would not presume to speak on behalf of a majority of teachers on such divisive issues, but I do believe that there are lots of teachers who start third quarter work during second quarter. They say, oh, by the end of the eighth week of the quarter, all of this quarter's work is due and we start on the next quarter. So I'm not sure that there's this void of work over the break, regardless of how we structure things. I also have heard that if the semester break is right up against the winter break, and of course other districts do that, any of these options will work for some people. Just like we can do anything we want, we just can't do everything we want. We can please anyone, we just can't please everyone. And if you picture how hectic December is, and then you add on top of that for students and teachers that there is a big deadline for a grade, I've heard that creates a different type of stress, even if you do get a break following that. But we talked about getting rid of we've talked at various times over the years about getting rid of the grade transmittal days, because then we have more flexibility in the calendar. But teachers have continually said, I need that time to get my grades together, to kind of reset. So
How many of them are actually in the building working on that day, though?
some, always. There are always some working. But I would say a minority of teachers probably are in person, but there's some at every school that are there.
And I believe the negotiated agreement doesn't require in-person work, so many may take advantage of the ability to work remotely.
You mentioned something about seat time, how much time, what does that entail with the shorter semester versus the longer semester? What is that about?
So there are certain classes that we offer, including many that are taught here in this building, that have a set number of hours that they are required to hit in order to provide certifications or in order for students to qualify for testing or for other areas. The driver's ed is a great example. There are a set number of hours that have to be hit. Some of those we have abilities to be flexible with if we were to add some virtual instruction. Some of them we do not. What we have tried to do previously is to not have a quarter shorter than 43 days, because that tends to be about as low as we can go, or as low as people have been comfortable with going. I believe we're lower than that in option 1. Option 3. So what is the potential impact? I will be honest, I have no idea. I just know it is an impact that will come up. And it will be difficult for certain classes to address because of the loss of basically 5 days of instructional time.
Like driver's ed, is that?
That's one that we have some ability to be flexible with. I think it would be more of a concern for many of the CTE classes that are offered that have seat time and hour requirements that have to be met.
I think there might be a horticulture one that is a semester.
Semester engineering classes. One advantage of ending the school year earlier is you have more time before AP tests. So that's one that you would hear from an AP teacher, I think.
Bryce, is there any way you can work with Utah High School Activities Association that they can change like a game because of 2 teams and graduation times? I think at that point you're down to like 2 teams.
They've made arrangements with the facility years earlier.
And they shift like 3A and 2A around, and sometimes it's just a baseball field.
The problem, we've
Probably
talked
have
a
it
lot
ranked
about
all
it. The
day.
problem is we don't know until right then, and there are so many other things at play.
That's my biggest reason why I probably would. I don't think it's fair to the kid. I don't think it's fair to the school. I don't think it's fair to the parents.
Yeah, we've talked about it many times, but when they walk through all the things at play and what would happen to happen, almost immediately as soon as we find out who's playing, it's nearly impossible.
Some of them it's the night before, I know, like baseball.
So is what the board is to decide tonight if we want a survey to go out with all 3 or just some of the 3?
I'm really anxious about sending an option out to survey that we don't know the impact of. I love that one. I think this is what my constituents consistently ask me for. I see on calendar 3. But if it's going to stop a student from being able to get a certification or the hours that are necessary, I'm really uncomfortable not knowing that before we send it out.
For the past couple of years, the calendar committee has tried to make a calendar that can do this. In some years, it just doesn't work. So in this year, a calendar was created that works. Again, as I mentioned, it doesn't guarantee that it's the best calendar.
Or would be able to be a consistent one. So we may end the semester 1 year, which means teachers have to revamp lesson planning and calendaring and AP prep, et cetera. Not to mention the holiday drives that we do in December that are so impactful in our schools. That's one of my chief concerns with that calendar as well.
So is the question whether or not we withdraw option 3? Is that kind of?
That's my question.
Or ask it to be studied for a little bit longer. We don't have to send the survey out tomorrow, right? We can send it out in 2 weeks and ask staff to really decide if this is I think if you offer it to them and they pick it, we have to do it. And so is this really truly an option we want to send?
I think it's important it seems like option 3 is a little bit like the shorter fall break option. I mean, it seems like other years it's been longer fall and spring break versus shorter fall and spring break. And maybe it isn't important to have that, but I think I'm interested to know whether I like people to have the option of a shorter or a longer fall or spring break.
That ending before Labor Day is such a big deal. So many people.
Yeah, a lot of people are really
ending before
interested.
Memorial Day.
Haven't Memorial. Thank
I don't think I can
never
pull off Labor
remember
Day.
which is which.
Yeah, if you get in school before
Labor,
Memorial Day.
Memorial, someone.
Or Labor Day.
But I think that is something that other districts have started to successfully implement, and
Yeah.
I hear about it almost every year.
I will say that this is the most hot button issue that I hear the most about every single year. It started in January. I started getting comments from constituents. And so I went and I looked up canyons in Davis and Granite and Salt Lake just to compare. And I know that this is very difficult for you and your committee, and there's so much to consider. And so I'm not going to pretend like I know what that's like. That's got to be very hard. But I I'd like to try to understand how these other districts are starting on August 17th, getting out on May 27th. Canyons for 26-27 is starting school on August 17th and ending on May 27th.
They might not have
fall
a
break.
2-week.
They have 3 days for fall break, they have
Yeah.
2 weeks for winter, and 5 days for spring. And so I was just, it's hard to wrap my head around. The calendar is so complex. And so
Have grade transmittals?
they have.
I believe we're the only district that still has a grade transmittal day in that fashion. There are some districts that take the equivalent of our 6 days prior to the school year and sprinkle a few of those throughout the year for an equivalent purpose. The grade transmittal day does impact that. Having a shorter fall recess does impact that. Because I think we have been one of the only, if not the only district in the state for several years that has done a week at fall recess. The survey that we do annually, having a longer fall break, had 30% of patrons, which was the highest single group, who indicated that as like a great deal. So that's one that we try to do because it has decent return. For comparison, having 2 weeks at Christmas, I believe, is about 50% of patrons said they liked that a great deal. So that's why most all of these options have 2 weeks at Christmas, because that tends to be something that the community enjoys. So we try to.
I seem to remember last year we gave them a similar option of getting out by Memorial Day, and
It was very.
oh, was it? Okay.
And I don't know the minds of the district employees, but I think that a lot of district employees like the option to take a vacation, a meaningful type of vacation for fall break or spring break, as well as the winter break. So anyway, it seems like people consistently, at least since I've been on the board and have had kids in school, have opted for the longer break options.
I pretty consistently hear from constituents a distaste for is 2-day school weeks. And I mean, these calendars do a good job of avoiding those.
Because we have to get 180 days in, because someone decided like 50 or 60 years ago that 180 days is the number of days we should go, and if we went 179, that's not good enough. Anyways, enough of that, and that was serious. Some of my comments are sarcastic, but another serious one that I wanted to bring up is I hear that our teachers are not real happy with Wellness Day in February. They'd rather have it later in the year, like April or May. Now, this gots to be new teachers, because I remember February was the hardest month ever in the beginning of my career. And I'll just tell you, this last February was the best February. So have we explored if Wellness Day is the best day? And should we? And can we? I'm just passing that on from people that have passed it on to me. I like where it's at, I think, but.
Let the superintendent speak to exactly the placement, but I would point out, I have option 2 up here on the screen. You'll notice that spring break goes through April 14th, which is the second week of April. That is about as late as we can have a vacation day without causing impacts to testing, to AP testing, to other things. We have on occasion had a professional development day that's on the 3rd Friday of April. A few years ago, we
Mike
tried.
Anderson Day.
It was Godfrey and Larson Day, and the name did not catch on. But we've tried some other things. But the putting an extra day in May is pretty much non-negotiable, because there just is too much else that
So
happens.
about April 14th, which that third term has started. I mean, I actually don't think the fourth term is very long. It goes by so fast.
I think in April you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. In February, the days are short and dark, and it's difficult to see the light.
Literally.
I like where it's at, but I have had people say that we should explore that. So I'll leave that in your hands.
I take that feedback as an indication that they value Health and Wellness Day and want it on the best day possible to get the most.
I'm not
leverage
hearing
from it.
anyone say they don't want it.
I think there's a good argument for April, but I think February, for me, wins the day just because of it's after the second semester has started and it's distant from spring break and from the end of the year. And
Guess is it's not so much about Wellness Day as having a holiday or having a day off later April, early May is what they were asking for. And they don't understand clearly the impact of testing. So, but anyways, I just wanted to pass that.
Can I make a motion? Sure. I move that we approve option 1 and 2 for surveying and option 3 pending further confirmation that it will not conflict with credits, etc.
A motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we approve options 1 and 2 for survey, and option 3 is approved pending it not interfering with students' certifications and other needs. Did I say that right? I don't know. Okay, more discussion there?
So will we, as a board, want the information back before, or do we want
That's what I was
like
going to ask.
Caleb or to decide what the impacts would be?
I would be
And move
comfortable with
forward.
an email saying this will not hurt a kid or cut.
Okay, I feel comfortable with just an email also, and then move forward if.
So do I.
Yeah.
Anyone have concerns with that?
Clarifying the email, is that a email saying it does, therefore we are not going to survey on calendar 3, or it does not, and it looks like we can move forward with option 3? Not a decision by the board, it's just us saying up or down.
Yeah, this
Does or
either
doesn't.
does or does not critically impact classes. So, and by critically impact, I'm saying like, oh, now only first semester kids are able to get their certification, but second, that's reverse.
The email, does that come from the superintendent who's gonna?
I'll send it to you.
Totally up to him. If he feels that we can pull it off, yes, and if not, no.
I'm happy to send this out just because it's different and it feels like a real option, but not if it hurts a kid. Okay. We haven't voted yet. I was just making sure. I'm looking for anxious people reaching for a microphone. Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your work on this. It's fun work, but it's hard. Okay, but don't leave because our next agenda item rolls right in to calendar committee recommendations for proposed revisions to the 26-27 school year calendars. Dr. Anderson and Mr. Earl.
One of the bills that passed in this legislative session was SB 58. Among other things, SB 58 changed the definition of an instructional day. To be considered an instructional day, there now must be scheduled periods with direct instruction between a teacher and a student. This impacted Health and Wellness Day because previously we had counted that as an instructional day because instruction was provided and made available to families. With that change, we have to make an adjustment to the calendar for next year to be able to continue, and we have to also make adjustments to the calendar options that we are presenting for survey. That change was already made to the calendar options that you just saw, but we have a proposal for the change to next year because it is a previously approved calendar that needs to have an adjustment. So the current calendar is there at the top. Again, I would point out that this is February of 2027 that we're speaking about. We have Health and Wellness Day scheduled for the 5th, followed by the combined conferences, parent-teacher conferences, with a combined student and teacher compensatory day in Washington and Lincoln Day. We skip over March, and in April, there was a teacher professional development day scheduled on April 16th. In consultation with Cabinet and looking at options, the proposal that we have is to take that teacher professional development day from April and move it to Health and Wellness Day. So Health and Wellness Day would become the 4th of the 4 days we are allowed to convert from regular instruction to a day for teacher professional development or preparation. So that would make a longer stretch in April where there is not a professional development day. And to Vice President Dunford's comment on, I believe, option 1, that was why on that option there was no PD day scheduled in April, because it had been relocated to Health and Wellness Day. Now, this may have impacts on future calendars. You saw that just by happenstance, option 2 disconnected spring recess from the end of quarter 3. We may see that happening more often on calendar options to provide a break into April. Spring recess can feel awfully early when it starts in March. We may see that happening in calendars where it's feasible. So that is the change as proposed. It would require a vote in a business meeting, which we would want to happen on April 28th. One of the reasons why this needs to happen on April 28th is state law requires that when instructional days are converted to use as a professional development day or a teacher work day, they have to be done in a public meeting that is more than 90 days prior to the start of the school year. That 90-day window is mid-May, so the April 28th business meeting would be the last opportunity to make that, to have that vote take place.
I love our Health and Wellness Day. I want to put that out there before I say what I'm about to say. But would it be worth surveying teachers on if they love it enough to give up a professional development day? Is this going to shift it from this treat to, well, now I have to choose if I'm...
We didn't used to give them the professional development day. By law, we were always able to do 4, and we didn't do 4 until COVID. We did 1. We used to not even do 1.
I didn't know that.
It's only since COVID that we used all 4. Yeah.
So what you're saying is it gives them just more options for that day,
Yeah,
rather than
the law says 180 days and 4 professional development days if we want to use them, and we used to not give any, and then I think it was the testing day that we decided to work something out, and then I think when COVID came, we decided let's take all 4. So there's probably, with so many new teachers, probably there's a feeling that we're entitled to this that's been given, but I think your old-time teachers would realize that.
We can certainly survey. We could certainly survey them on that.
I don't know that I would love to hear if others aren't concerned, then don't do it on my account, is what I'm trying to say.
So they'd have maybe Health and Wellness Day and then 2 professional development days, since we've got 3. Is that correct?
Right, and the way the professional development day is currently structured is that principals have from 8 to noon to present. Is it 4 hours or 3?
It's in the morning.
It's 3. Yeah, you're right. As soon as I said it. So they have principals have from 8 till 11, and the rest is supposed to be left for teachers. So this takes away that professional development at the school level and the afternoon time to help offset that and to respond to concerns that we've had from elementary principals. We would have, and elementary teachers rather, we would suggest, or we would ask principals not to have PLC time that Health and Wellness Day week, and instead allow for prep during PLC time to give a little extra prep before that Health and Wellness Day. Because Health and Wellness Day has been an instructional day, the day before, we have not had a shortened schedule like we do normally the last day of the week in elementary, because Thursday was not the last day of the week. Wellness Day was the last day of the week. But we would try to give some prep time by saying PLCs this particular week, just allow for some prep time to offset that. But we could certainly survey and say, would you prefer Health and Wellness Day or would you prefer a Professional Development Day?
I would be curious about that, how the teachers feel.
I don't have strong feelings either way, so whichever way the board wants to go.
I'd be shocked if they said no, but if they did, then we should not be providing it like.
I think the thing that has really set it apart in the minds of teachers is like, holy cow, this is a work day. And so some of that impact might be diminished, but I don't think all of it is. So maybe we don't survey, but we just keep our ear to the ground for future decisions.
Address two items, President George. One of the, moving Health and Wellness Day from February comes up frequently in the committee. One of the reasons that I have provided to the committee after talking with Dr. Withers and others is Health and Wellness Day, now having been done for 5 years, correct? Has a significant amount of community support for our educators. And that support becomes easier to build and to count on when it happens at the same time each year. So moving Health and Wellness Day in a lot of ways would be leaving behind 5 years of growth and support that we have built up. The second item to mention, Board Member Barrow, you mentioned 3 professional development days. There are 4. And if I may explain that for the thousands of people watching the stream, because it does come up quite frequently. This is the current school year calendar. The first of the professional development days is why high school starts 1 day earlier. So the 19th was a professional development day for elementary school and grades 8 and 9, and for 7th grade teachers in the afternoon. We have 7th grade orientation that morning, which we make them whole on at the end of the year because 7th graders don't come on the last day of school. So they get equivalent amount. High school starts a day early because high school has 2 days in the year where only a portion of the school attends in the morning, and they split their PD day into those 2 afternoon sessions. So that's where high school gets their first day. The second day comes in conferences where we have the split PD day. So there's day 2. On this calendar, day 3 was at the beginning of March, and day 4 is this Friday. So there have always been 4 during the time that I've been involved. It's just some of them take a slightly different form and are broken up or split, or not everyone in the district is having a PD day at the same time.
I was curious about November 10th and March 16th and what those days were about.
So can I ask an unrelated question, but pertinent? Does that mean a snow day is really a snow day now?
No, the law, we appreciated that Senator Fillmore listened to feedback he received that, hey, sometimes we have to call a snow day. Sometimes at Bingham years ago, we had a pipe burst, or I can't remember what the issue was, and so we needed a virtual day. So you can have an emergency virtual day for very narrow purposes, but not as part of your scheduled calendar unless you are a virtual school.
So would Marie be able to do what they did?
Yes. Any natural disaster does the trick. Arranging a natural disaster in 68 schools on precisely the same day would be difficult to arrange.
Might be, nor desirable.
Also might not build relationships with our legislature.
A motion? I move that we accept the new draft for the calendar 26-27.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Wood, second by Ms. Dean to.
Nope, Miss Barrow.
Oh, so Ms. Barrow, goodness. See what's happening? Anyways, Ms. Barrow, that we accept the draft of the calendar that has been presented. Any more discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
For clarification, you're saying that you approve it to go to the next meeting? Decide whether or not to approve?
Formally
like,
approve it,
okay.
yeah.
For that clarification. All right. Let's move on to agenda item 3E, a discussion on videos regarding school finance. And we will turn it to Ms. Wood.
And do I need to present my presentation, or does somebody else pull that up? It's attached to board book. Do you mind? Unless there's a way for me to connect my laptop. So I first want to acknowledge the time and expertise given to this effort by Mr. Larson. It could not have happened without him. So very grateful for his investment in this effort. I've just got a brief presentation and then some feedback. I'll be asking from board members on next steps. So I wanted to start off by just kind of clarifying what the objectives of this effort are and make sure we're all aligned. So feel free to provide feedback on that. Yeah, thanks. There we go. So fundamentally, an objective is just to clarify misconceptions by the public about the complexities of school funding, to build trust by giving them information and being transparent, and the hopes that it would improve community members' engagement in the processes, discussions, and decisions on school funding that we make going forward. So here are some of the things as we've been formulating a list of topics and scripts. A desire to be unbiased as possible in this delivery, accessible to all. So part of the process for this was I was given information from John about school finances and work that had been done previously. I edited this draft script and then I put it through AI and asked AI to put it at a 4th grade level in hopes that that would be the appropriate level for a broad audience to understand very complex concepts. The script length, the goal is under 3 minutes. As you can imagine, because of the complexity of school funding, this is a challenge in and of itself. So that is the goal. We'll see how close we get to it. But generally, we have a sense that the preference is for short videos, even if that means more of them are produced rather than long ones. Engaging graphics, while I don't know if it's possible, it's appealing to consider the whiteboard animation that you may be familiar with. Evergreen content, we just want to keep this timeless so that it doesn't quickly become outdated. So anything we can do in the script that will last the test of time is preferred. And then adult narration, and if possible, maybe an AI narration, so that if a script needs to be changed, it can be easily changed and that narration updated without having to re-record an entirety of a script. Any questions so far, or any additions to these objectives or considerations? Okay.
Question.
Yes.
On the first slide, or the clarifying the purpose slide, I was curious, I don't get a lot of questions about taxes. I'm just curious, do other people? I mean, is there like a lot of, I guess I'm questioning, what's the audience? Is this overkill? Is there not too many people interested in this? Along those lines.
Question. I don't personally get lots of questions. I get lots of misinformation or assumptions. And then it's difficult to explain the complexities of property taxes that perhaps this bid had nothing to do with property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
I get a lot. I solicit stuff. And I get a lot of even legislators who don't understand it. And have misquoted to me their understanding of the law. And even when Mr. Larson gave us a presentation in our last board meeting or 2 board meetings ago, he enlightened me like how business property tax works, that I didn't have that understanding. So I think what my purpose of what I really wanted is a unification between our stakeholders, our patrons, and us and legislators of understanding what this tax is and who's levying it. Because lots of times when your taxes go up, they want to blame the Jordan School Board, but it's not. It's the legislator, and they don't understand pass-through taxes that go to charter schools. And so there's a lot of things that, and I think it's part of our responsibility is to explain this is how the money's being taken, this is how the money's being used. So I think it's part of who we are, is to explain what we're doing with your money and why we're taking it. There's a lot of angry people with property tax.
So the one of the purposes of this would be when someone asks us questions or makes comments that we think aren't quite accurate, we would email them a link to one of these videos. Is that kind of how we're envisioning it?
Could work that way. Mm-hmm.
Could be there. And I think there's an appetite for this statewide, but nobody's really leading out on it. I think this was big topics in USBA conferences recently, and as we've attended there, a few districts have tried a little bit, but nobody's let out on this, and I would love it if we got it going and then other districts either jumped in and assist us, because this is common information statewide, right? Maybe how we spend the money would be unique to us, but how we get the money would be very common throughout the state. And so I would hope that USBA or USBE or other districts would jump in and help create a bigger understanding of property tax. I don't love it, but I do love it a lot more than when I was just a patron, because I understand it a lot better.
I would also suggest a possible use for these videos could be in anticipation of something coming up. So when we know we're about to review the budget, or when the WPU gets announced, that whatever is happening, it's helpful to just have something that goes out on social media or Parent Square or whatever, to just say, hey, you might be interested to know so that you can kind of stop some of the misinformation before it starts, when it's pertinent to the people being affected. I don't know about stopping it, but curb it.
One of the things people were most angry when we had our big tax increase is businesses also had a really bad year. So 8% of that increase was businesses were failing everywhere because out of COVID. And so we got the blame for the whole share, not just our part in raising it. And so, and we get no inflation increase, which bugs me. But anyways.
Any other questions before we move on? So I have a list of about 12 to 15 potential topics. These are the top 3 that seem to be good ones to start with or to consider starting with. I'd be happy to share the entire list with the board if there's interest, but My intention today is to see where the board stands, not just on the videos generally, but on the topics. I have attached a draft for each of these scripts. It's not a final draft. It is a work in progress, but I think it's come a long way in a short amount of time, to see what the board prioritizes out of these three and how you'd like to proceed. One of the things that I've realized is tricky is you can introduce some general topics and it almost requires a follow-up video to give more detail to feel like it's more comprehensive or more accurate. I don't know that any of these three necessarily require it, but they are all interrelated.
I felt like these three were pertinent to each other and flowed well.
So if we were to choose one, does the board have a sense or an opinion on the one to start with, or would you defer maybe to Mr. Larson's judgment or communications?
For me, the most important one on that list right now is property taxes versus sales and income taxes in Utah. I feel like that's what people are hearing from their legislators. That's what legislators are reporting people are complaining to them about. So for me, that feels really relevant to today.
So if we want to go to the next step, just some potential future steps. If the board wants to proceed, we would decide on which script and a timeline where we would want a final product, so the communications team knows under what time frame they're working, and that we could review a final product before it's distributed. I list a few different ways that it could be distributed. And then my sense is after we have one that's published, we assess how much resource consumption was there, how much did it cost in time, etc. Are there any changes we'd like to make to the production process? And then do we want to continue or have a one and done? Thoughts on that process? Any steps missing or other considerations? Would you like to proceed and ask communications to start working with us on one of these scripts and producing a video for our review?
Yes.
Do we want to do the property taxes versus sales and income taxes first?
I think so.
Great.
My thoughts is that these three topics are so interrelated. I kind of fear one video will leave enough out that it will itself be misleading.
Do you think the other two, would you recommend we produce 3 at a time, or is there just one out of those?
Or what if we just do property taxes? Instead of property taxes, sales taxes, and income taxes. Because the idea is understanding your property taxes and local schools. That alone is a hefty lift. But to do property taxes and sales tax and income tax, you're not going to do property tax appropriately.
Go ahead.
We'll work on this. Scott's already talked to me about it too. So now another person to help. I think between these three, I think it covers it. And I think we dive into sales tax just enough and income tax just enough that it's okay, because the main focus is on property tax, but it's trying to separate from taxes that are easier to understand because they're frequent and they're designed in a simpler fashion. So I think between the three, we cover property taxes pretty well. I'm just worried about the idea of releasing one and not the other, for fear someone's going to say, well, but you and then it, in and of itself, a video becomes incomplete without the other information.
And even when we have three, I do wonder if we need a disclaimer that says something like, this video is not intended to be comprehensive of all the complexities and multiple factors in school funding.
I would love that.
Let's ask.
Or even at the end of the video, say, future videos will include these. To say, we recognize we've left some material out and we intend to address them.
I'm happy to do a teaser of, you'll learn more about this in video 4, but only if we do video 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I am nervous about committing beyond these three and perhaps I'm too close to this, but I want something that's complete enough that I feel like it doesn't misrepresent either.
But these would be the top 3. If you were to choose
Yes.
3, these would be them.
Dr. Godfrey.
Those who are teeming with anticipation, you could go back a couple of board meetings and listen to a rather lengthy exposition on district finances.
We could link that.
I'm pointing out that this is not our only time to talk about it. And I would rather talk, I know we're not wordsmithing, about what it is rather than what it isn't. Not that we've left a lot out because it's a short video. It's like, this is an overview of the general concepts around this. For more information, watch for future videos instead of part X. And then see where that takes us. I also think that our audience is mostly people who are wanting some clarification or curious, not those who are looking for a deep dive.
Mr. Van Komen.
I think on the second topic, for one, I think it's not really the message that we're trying to say. We're trying to point out that property tax is tax neutral, and you're really not, the only way you're receiving more property tax as a district is because of growth, but that's not the message that you're sending. I think what you're trying to say is, why are my property taxes different?
This was tricky. I've changed this title 3 or 4 times because the question actually we're attempting to answer is, why did Jordan get 1.5 million this year when they got 1 million last year? That video is about why did the total that we received increase if in video 1 you talked about revenue neutrality.
Don't we only get to keep, right, a certain amount? If we collect more, we have to pass it on. I don't know if that's accurate.
Three.
Okay, great.
But that makes my point.
Yes.
I'm curious if board members are comfortable if our pilot is a 3-part series.
I'm all in. No one else is doing this, so let's step forward and do it, and then more people will do it, and then we can link to each other's. But I am all in. Let's be the district that educates the public.
I do like this a lot. I loved the 3 scripts. I did have a couple, questions or input on some of them, but we are an education entity, and I would love to educate our public on this topic. And I feel like we would need all 3 of these, because as I read a script and then I read the next one, I'm like, oh yeah, these connect. This helps me have a bigger picture. So
I think a lot of things are aligning too, because we have a brilliant business administrator, a very effective communications team, and a board that very much wants to educate the public. And so I think we're all in.
I do think that there's a good possibility that when districts see what it is, that others might start helping carry the load. I think USBA could potentially say, oh, that's what you meant? Yeah, let's do that. It was on a survey that had a list of items, and you got to prioritize them. And it just didn't hit the priority cutoff. So it is something that's being discussed at USBA. And I think, like Dr. Robinson said, a great way to lead out.
So part of the intention was to keep it district neutral, not Jordan specific. Out of all of the potential future content topics we have, I think only one is Jordan specific. And it's just says it's how do Jordan School District taxes compare in 2026? So that one would be the most narrow. But if we're looking at context, so
But do we want to put our logo or anything on it?
well, that would be phase two. We're still in phase one.
There's no question we brand it.
Brought to you by.
Oh, you mean the video? The videos itself.
Somewhere has to say
Jordan logo on every.
Jordan leads the way or something. Like your district won't do this.
I mean, I think we'd want to.
Should we write that on there?
It's just what we need. Everyone moving to our corner of the valley.
Yeah.
We're buying school lunch.
Wait a minute.
I think it would behoove us to at least say produced by
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
or provided by.
Jordan School District, taxing you since the early 1900s.
Any other feedback? Feel free to email me with feedback. If the board agrees, we will go ahead and once we feel this script is ready for communications or working with communications on a final script, because it does need some finessing that only our communications team can lend it, then we would go ahead and produce it and then talk again once we provide that to you. Does that sound?
Also open to, if communications has needs, like they want to add a program to their arsenal or something like that, I am open to that. Like if it costs a little bit of money to do this. I don't want them to not do the job they wanted to do because they were trying to do it for free. But I'm only 1/7 of a brain.
I agree.
Dr. Godfrey, any other direction that you think the communications team will want that we have not provided?
May have missed this. When do you want the 3 videos to be completed?
Thank you for circling back to that. We have not decided on a timeline. I don't personally have one. Does the board have something in mind?
They perhaps give us an estimate, like you can lay it out for them. This is what we're thinking. How long do you think that would take you guys reason?
So the message would be, we have no firm timeline. Tell us what you think is reasonable and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in terms of cost, the only cost I predict is if it needs to be done within a certain amount of time and we don't have the bandwidth to do it without outside help. But if we have some flexibility time-wise, no one we ever hire does as good as folks we have internally. So, and I'm not talking long periods of time. I think I'll get an estimate from them and just say, this is when we think we could have that in place.
I was thinking of, like it was suggested to use one of those whiteboard doodle programs or something like that.
I see.
If they want something like that and they don't have it,
Stock footage,
yeah.
They have a
background music, they find that for free mostly.
My
but-
narration voice, I'm
Yeah.
that for free.
There you go. That's right.
Dr.
Volunteer.
Godfrey, they have a color doodle now that's pretty cool. I bought it. It's like $75 for a lifetime subscription, but they might want to consider. It would be cool if it was created in a way that. What I like about the doodles is every time you'd see one, you'd recognize. Oh yeah, that ties to the other one. But
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be that. But I would like, and they're good at this. I would like it to be something that. Even if they didn't see the logo, they would know it's part of a series.
It's helpful.
Like Friday Fun Facts. You know how they branded that years ago.
Thank you for your work on this, Ms. Wood, and Mr. Larson and whoever else was also helping.
I did want to
did
say,
a lot.
I did consult with Dr. Anderson, in part to make sure that we were being sensitive to our community partners and not misstating or saying things in such a way that might harm those. So appreciate that feedback.
Okay, and Dr. Godfrey, do you feel like you have what you need on that?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, let's move into a review of the 2026 National School Boards Association Conference. 5 board members were able to attend a conference over this last weekend, focused on being better board members and increasing outcomes for our students. So we wanted to give some time to report back on that experience. Anyone want to go?
I'm happy to go first. Just a few highlights. I went to a couple of sessions that were about superintendent, business administrator, and board relationships, roles, and responsibilities. And just a couple of highlights was about creating an environment where there's no surprises. So where possible, asking questions ahead of board meetings to those who might be presenting, or letting them know what questions, or if you have opposition, to give courtesy to the superintendent or business administrator on those items. Encouraging participation from every team member in board meetings and assuming the best of intentions. I also wrote down a question for myself: do you dominate the conversation? That was a question they suggested we ask ourselves. Specifically for the business administrator, this presenter recommended getting to know the why and understanding the challenges, including the laws and the regulations, and referring to the BA as a resource for the board. The question that I'm still pondering was, what does it look like to take the board to the next level? However we're functioning, what's the next level to become more effective or cohesive, or what it might be. One school district that was not much smaller than ours talked about not only creating their strategic action plan, but also doing a comprehensive policy audit, which took them a year to do. Part of that was updating board operating procedures to ensure consistency. And they recommended a book that I had just purchased not long ago, but I haven't started yet. I don't know if any of you have read it, but The Governance Core 2.0. So I've elevated that on my next to read list. It's about school boards, superintendents, and schools working together. And those are my highlights.
I'll go next. I don't know why we're all just jumping and ready to talk. I am very grateful I was able to go and do some professional development at this conference. I had a really wonderful time meeting people from across our nation. I met people from Oklahoma and New York and Kansas and Washington and Arizona and Kentucky and California and Texas and Delaware and Michigan. And I had a lot of fun writing their names down and their states so that I could remember, help me remember them. And I met someone who served on their school board for 41 years, and I met someone who's only served for 4 months. So there was a wide range. But the whole conference was very eye-opening and educational for me to see what other districts are doing, the struggles they have, and the strengths that they have. And every class gave me something to think about, and I've walked away with questions about how we're doing something compared to what I heard, to ask questions about maybe what are some hurdles we have that we can help with, areas to strengthen, and maybe how we could even collaborate more with legislators. But there were just a few kind of quotes that stood out to me that I took from some of the sessions. I got to go to a session put on by the San Antonio Independent School District, and they talked about leading with emotional intelligence, specifically using the acronym HEART, which is to hear, empathize, apologize, respond, and thank. And they had gone through a right sizing of their district, where they eventually ended up needing to close 15 of their campuses, which was crazy. But to hear their process and how engaging they were with their community and leading with heart was really cool to hear. There was two keynote speakers I was able to listen to, and they were both really great. One talked about gratitude and respect, and how gratitude fosters resilience in our students and in ourselves. I went to a class on our students with disabilities and LRE, least restrictive environment, and that one was really educational for me. And there was a quote they gave that said, "Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets." And so just to be intentional with our policy and our actions, and just reflecting on potential biases that might unintentionally be, inhibiting our students or staff. That was a really good one to help me reflect. One of the keynote speakers was Brandon Fleming, and he is the author of Miseducated, a really wonderful educator himself. But he had lots of wonderful things that he taught us. A quote he said was that, stories change people more than information ever will. And I really like that. I feel like we have been told that time and time again in communicating with legislators, to tell them stories of our students and our teachers to help them understand what's going on in our school district. And in just communicating with everyone, he mentioned the phrase that we might not have a content issue, but we have a connection issue. If students are disengaged or something, that education and is a lot about connection, not just content. So I appreciated that. He mentioned the 70-30 framework, where our decisions are 70% emotional and 30% logical. I thought that was interesting, and but there were lots of wonderful things that I got from it, and will be ruminating on and researching, and so I'm really grateful I was able to attend.
Want me to go? I can go. Because I went to a different class, but it's a national trend to close schools. Like, it's happening everywhere. I was shocked with that. Even little districts in our state, Park City closed one, Murray's closing some, Provo told me they are, even Lake Mountain is closing some, and then nationally, it's huge, it's big, it's because of the demographics and stuff everywhere. And so Littleton School District put on one called From Empty Desks to Full Dreams. It was transforming school closures into community connections. So one of the things they said is, we're in closed schools to make it more efficient, but we don't want to give up the properties because we don't know what the next trend's going to be or what we're going to need. They want to be very careful before they give it up. So they actually went into closing this school and turned it into a community center and worked with the community, the county, and I thought that was a brilliant idea. I would hope, as we look at closing schools in our own district, that we not only just look to closing it, but what are we going to do with the school after? That should be part of the decision of closing, is what are we going to transform that into? And I think this is going to be on our plate for a while. We're lucky, I think, because compared to other districts, I don't think we have as big of a problem in this. But I do think that if we're not continually working at this, it will become like other districts where they have to close huge handfuls. There's some people that are closing double digits of schools instead of one here, one there. I thought that was pretty interesting. I was very interested in the title of this. I didn't realize the speakers, but Breaking the Burnout Cycle, Supporting Educators' Mental Health and the Great People in Education. When I got in, I realized I knew a lot of this stuff because it was the Cook Center for Human Connections, and we had connected with them very early, and they said a lot. They didn't use our name, but they used reference that they had used this. But one of the things that they really brought up that is a huge concern to me is the burnout rate and turnover among our leadership. Because we always think about teachers, and we have a wellness day for teachers and stuff, but I think our leaders need some help. I remember once we said, what can we take off teachers' plates? And we started working at that. I think that we need to have some conversations of what can we take off our leaders' plates. The turnover around with superintendents is way higher than the Fortune 500 clubs. So a superintendent nationally lasts 2.7 years, a CEO lasts 7.5 years. So 78% of all superintendents says that their work is often or always stressful. Now ours are probably never stressful, but I'm super concerned. Not just, I mean, they should have a life outside of work, and they should also take care of their health. So anyways, that was just something that was really, really important to me. I went to Andrew Edel's class. He's a Canyon School District. He taught it at the USBA about working smarter with artificial intelligence as board members. And I went mostly just to support a good friend, but he taught me a lot more. Like, he'd picked up 2 or 3 good hints of, like, using Notebook LM, which is one that I'm now starting to look at. And my Facebook posts were all AI generated. Not all, but a lot were done live. As they said something cool, I would just say, hey, put this in there. And it just did save me a ton of time. And I appreciate figuring out how to work more smart with me. Another couple classes I took together, and I took this with Amber Schill. We both went to the same ones, but the power of partnerships with career accelerated programs. So these are CAP programs where districts work directly with businesses, and then they align students with businesses to do internships. I saw Wasatch School District do this. I went and looked, had firsthand experience when I was working on my doctorate, and I've always wanted to have something like this. I know that we have some things in the same area, but nothing like a CAPS program. When I was talking with Park City, they go, oh, if you think Wasatch is good, come see ours. So I want to go see, like, who else has a CAPS program and how we could accelerate that. With the next class that we both went to is the career and technology education in an age of acceleration, and just what our JTech programs can be. And it was really cool just to hear almost an affirmation that, hey, we're doing a great job with this. Years ago, we looked at what kind of things we could do to have innovative schools, and we found out that we have it. It's called JTech, and I would be really interested in working on expanding that and giving more opportunities to kids. I think that's the future. The keynote speakers, for whatever reason, did not excite me, and even the last one at first didn't. But when you all left, Zach Cass, like, he rocked it. He was one of the heads of OpenAI, and he's an AI futurist, which I think I am, and he kind of saw his vision of what it was, and he's alarmed with, like, cell phones among kids, and he's for a bell-to-bell and wants to get rid of social media and some of these things. But he also just talked about some really cool things that I think is, like, if AI is going to do these things for us cheaper and better, what are we doing with the extra time? He advocates for a smaller work week. He thinks that we should be working maybe 30 hours a week, and that time should be devoted with family and friends and your well-being of your life. And so AI is just here to stay. It's not going to go away. We can't close our eyes and it's going to go away, but it's going to do a lot of things for us. I know my wife tomorrow will end her 36th year of doing taxes and as an accountant, and she told me this year has been the very easiest because she's been able to use AI in preparing taxes. And as we move into this, we need to not only learn how to use it right, but what our future should be, and we need to be on the forefront, and so that we can shape that future and not let that future shape us. He writes a new book called New Renaissance, which I'm excited to read. So anyways, that was probably like one of my favorite, and I think Nikki probably, and Aaron all knew that like I wasn't too excited about that at first, and when you all left, that was really a pretty exciting presentation. But anyways,
By the time NSBA.
as you were
got
leaving, I
their
thought,
say.
oh, is this the guy? Like, is this the main guy? And I will say that overall, like, the classes are really good. I don't like the politics of this organization. It's getting worse and worse. I think we're the only conservative state that's involved with these guys anymore. And because all the other conservatives left, I didn't really like a lot of the political rhetoric. I wouldn't mind trying a couple others. I don't know if it's this year or next year, but even NSBA does one called CUBE, which Canyons District did last year. And there's another one that's called COSSBA, because we can't just call it what it is, but it's a consortium of school business administrators. And they do a little bit more collaborative work instead of instructional work, kind of like we do. And so this is the break-off group from the NSBA. So I don't know if we need to do it now, or maybe we want to send somebody to that one and this one and compare them, or as a state, we need to look at this. The state said that they were going to stay with NSBA for a while, but they might move to that. So I'd be interested to know if we're going to the right conference. They are getting smaller and smaller, and the selections to pick are less and less, but it still was well worth my time and was still good. I learned a lot, and I want to continue to follow up on some of the things that I heard. So.
I checked with Mark Clement while we were waiting for our flight, and
Oh, cool.
he said we were about a 25% reduction this year
25.
of Utah attendees.
I thought there was more Utah this year than last year, though. I think, yeah. Well, I think last year was just you and me and all of Utah, but
That's right.
But it was a good number this time, even though that even within Utah it's reduced some. So the timing might be wrong too. Like it's around spring break time. A lot of them are over the summer, which might be a little bit easier. Or so I don't know. Anyways, I just wouldn't mind at least exploring that for future. But I do enjoy these conferences. I learn a lot, and I want to follow up on some of the things I heard. So
Timing of the other groups?
It's in mid-March, I think.
and the CASA is September, 1st of September. September 20. This year's was
Federal advocacy.
oh
There's a
federal
second one.
advocacy. I don't know.
Sent me was like March 12th was one of
12th?
the dates. I just remember because that's my.
We have two conferences. I think when they go to DC and they advocate with the federal government.
CUBE was October 1st of 2026, so that's coming up. So for the urban board,
Council of Urban Boards of Education, I think.
and I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if it's better to move to a different one or not. But anyways,
It is part of NSBA. CUBE is part of NSBA, and I think it is Council of Urban Boards of Education.
I think it's an additional membership on top of NSBA to do CUBE.
I'm not sure if I'm excited about that, but anyways, I think you can attend one without a membership, though. It's just a higher price. So, at least if we could talk to other people that have gone to them, maybe, I don't know. Anyways.
Interesting. I hear there were a few Utah districts that went to the COSPA or whatever.
Oh, yeah, COSPA, I know that Idaho's joined them, Arizona, Wyoming.
There were several Utah boards that went there also. Yeah, they were telling me a couple.
Anyways, but overall, it was super good. It was good classes.
Okay. I'll read some of the titles of the sessions that I went to and maybe give a little bit of what I got from it. One of the classes or sessions I went to was called Bridging Education and Industry, and this was very interesting about different types of internships and ways to really help students move forward in their future, what they want to do with their future. Another one, Bridging Strategy and Trust, Best Practices in Superintendent and Board Relations. And there was an analogy that was given that I thought was interesting where a school district was compared to a team, an athletic team, where the board members are the owners of the team, the superintendent is the head coach, administrators are assistant coaches, and employees are the team, where the board can tell the coach what to do, but then the coach is in charge of all the rest of the people. And one thing that I got from that class too that I thought was an interesting idea was a board information hub, where one district, when they have questions about agenda items, they have a hub, an online hub where they ask the question and it is answered in a place where all board members can have access to it. And I thought that's an interesting idea, as long as it's within open meeting laws. Another session I went to was Strengthening Boards Through Teamwork, and this was Provo City School Board, and they did such a great job. I really appreciated their preparation, and
Jennifer mentioned they're doing it at USBA, so it's a teaser.
nice. And the question was, what type of team do we want as a school board? And we need to create it intentionally, and this requires effort. And something that I really appreciated from this presentation too was the board intentionally utilizing each board member's strengths. And then I too went to the school Right Sizing with Heart, and that acronym, and some of the things that I thought were very interesting as they were making these hard decisions, that people felt strongly about, was they held space for community pain in their meetings. And another attendee even asked, how do we lower the temperature at these town halls? And I shared this with other board members who were there. And one of the board members answered and said, we're not trying to turn down the temperature. We want our patrons to be able to feel what they're feeling about the possibility of their school closing. And they said, we go out of our way to make sure they feel welcome to come and express the emotions they're feeling about this hard decision that they're facing. We make sure there are enough seats. We make sure that the air conditioner is cranked up, because we don't want anybody to be uncomfortable and hot when they are already feeling dismayed about this type of decision. And I really appreciated that whole sentiment of wanting patrons and stakeholders to be able to have a place to safely express their discomfort and emotions about what is happening in the school district. And then they also talked about emotional intelligence through data. I don't know if you mentioned that, where a lot of it was about emotional intelligence in making these really difficult types of decisions. And modeling, using that emotional intelligence with the data that prompts these type of difficult decisions to model calm and clarity. And it's also a good opportunity for a school board to model norms for healthy conflict. And by emphasizing curiosity and empathy. Like, why would our patrons feel this way? And trying to understand why they do. And another phrase from this course that I thought was really interesting was, in these decisions, it's important to balance board members' perspectives, community needs, and superintendent vision. And then I went to a class where we talked about Plyler v. Doe, which was a 1982 Supreme Court case that where it was ruled that it is unlawful in the United States to deny public education to any student based on ability to prove lawful residence in the United States. And that was an interesting session also. I went to a course called When Adults Misbehave, Students Pay the Price. I went to another one, Modeling Civility. It might seem like I had something on my mind about trying to be a better board member and being more civil in board meetings. And probably one of my favorite sessions was Why School Boards Matter by Scott R. Levy. And he has done extensive research on the history of school boards. And he wrote a book, and I ordered the book, and it's also called Why School Boards Matter. And then there is a subtitle that I don't remember what it is. And I think that it's possible that this could be a very good book study book for our board. And something he mentioned too was, in the corporate world, there is no question about a board, the importance of a board in making decisions for the corporation, whereas school boards are always called into question, and people question the legitimacy of a board making decisions in the public school setting. And some of the things that he talked about, his whole presentation really piqued my interest in his book, and I could not take notes fast enough, so I decided to just really pay attention and enjoy what he was presenting. But he even had quotes about parental dissatisfaction, about control, and anyway, they were so similar, but one was from a 1912 smallpox thing, and the other one was from a 2021 COVID thing, and they were so similar. And it was very interesting how board work and issues have been so similar through the decades. And I just want to read the learning objectives for this session. Participants will understand societal trends that make governance more difficult and how to navigate them. Participants will understand how school boards are uniquely positioned to strengthen school districts. And the third one, participants will be inspired as they see how their work in the boardroom improves our overall democracy. And I really felt like he touched on all of those points. But like I said, it was very interesting to hear about the history of boards and why they matter. And anyway, I really appreciated that. And that's all.
I'll try to be brief. I think one way to illustrate the biggest value that I got out of this conference was on multiple occasions, I would be walking between sessions with a board member. This happened with Aaron and Daryl. And then all of a sudden, one of us would say, "What room are you going to?" "Well, my room was like 5 minutes ago. I was walking you to your room because I didn't want to end the conversation." And then they would say, "Well, mine was also 5 minutes ago." So I think that is such a powerful part of this experience, is being with each other in a different environment and having the opportunity to talk about big concepts, not problems that we're solving today, but big concepts that broaden our minds and the perspective that we gain as we hear from different board members who have different scenarios. So first and foremost, that was such a delight for me, and thank you to all of you who were there. I try to focus a lot of my time on the Ready, Set, Govern series because I think it has a direct tie-in to my ability to be a good board member. And so just really quickly, a couple of things that I'll limit my comments to things that I pulled out that I thought, man, this might help us. So the first one, sometimes I remember us having conversations about, is it okay to vote on something in a study session? And they explain that work sessions are not decision-making meetings because there's no opportunity for comment. And so I think keeping that one criteria in mind, is this something that we should be hearing from constituents about? Then we probably shouldn't be voting on it. If it's something procedural or next steps, I think that's very appropriate to take a motion during a work study. The next one, I hope doesn't sound like I'm trying to be in charge, because heaven knows I'm not. But understanding the role of the chair and why it is in Robert's rules that all discussion goes through the chair has nothing to do with the chair being the center of the universe, but in making sure that we have equal voice around the table. And one thing that has concerned me for some time is I worry that I'm not seeing the cues when people want to talk, and stopping the conversation and making sure they get a spot. And sometimes, even when I do see the cues, in this meeting, I've watched it a couple of times, where people are trying to jump in, but the conversation is going so fast they can't get a turn. And so that is the beauty of Robert's rules and having a chair who calls on the speakers. And that is why I would really love to improve our board meetings with a system that allows us to say, hey, I have a comment to make, so that we're making sure that we're hearing from everyone. Then,
By the way, according to Robert's Rules of Order, strictly speaking, no one should speak a second time until everyone has had a chance to speak once.
They did talk about that, and I was like, oh, I got to do better at guiding that. And I think it would help all of us to have something that was a visual display, like, oh, I'm not the only one with my light on. Maybe. So that's something that I think would make us more effective as board members. Okay, then I'm just skipping through a lot of this. One thing that I thought was interesting was we were talking about how, Lisa already talked about this, being uniquely positioned as board members to help our district be successful. And one thing that I want to just keep in my mind all the time is protecting teachers from too many initiatives. So research has shown that the sweet spot is no more than 6 initiatives at once if you want success. And when we have a focused initiative, student achievement increased 5 times. Just by limiting how many new things we're throwing at our teachers, which I was like, man, we could do that. That's so simple. And then on influencing the climate, the same the same data point that Daryl talked about. It was talking about the average superintendent tenure. It's about 3 years. Thankfully, we're odd beaters in this district. So hopefully ours is 30 years. But the board superintendent relationship was a part that he talked about. And he said they did a survey of like, boards, how important do you think you are in impact? And they rated themselves, it was like 40%. And then they asked superintendents what they felt like the board impact was. And it was significantly higher, like a 95% impact. And so I think sometimes understanding our roles and not being afraid to use those roles to support one another is something that I want to increase. And then the last one I thought was such an interesting title, and it was one of the Ready, Set, Governs, but it was the importance of policy and self-care for all board members. I was like, policy and self-care, that feels so backwards. So I'm just going to pull out one thing that they taught. When policies, practices, and procedures are aligned, that actually leads us to higher levels of confidence and lower levels of stress associated with governance roles and responsibilities, because we know that we are seated in a safe place. Our policies protect us legally. Our procedures are linked directly to those policies. And then just, I don't know why it was such a light bulb moment for me, but what policy is versus what procedure is. So policy should be the why and the what. And that's as much as it should go. And it's so hard for me because I'm this special ed teacher who wants really specific measurable goals. But that's not policy. And so shifting that in my mind, why do we need this? And what is it that we're asking for? And then the rest of it shifts to this side of the room. The who, when, where, and how goes to the procedural pieces. And that can kind of help us in making sure that we're supporting each other in our roles. So with that, I could keep talking. It's such a good experience, but I just want to call out the sacrifice. I recognize that it is moving mountains and asking a lot of our counterparts in our families when we leave. So thank you for setting aside the time. I hope that you found value in it. And I hope that we will continue to make this a high priority for our board to not just learn, but to learn together. Okay, with that, anything else on this topic? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to 3G, a review of board policies GP 113, 14, and 15.
President, I move that we postpone item G. We're way ahead of the policy committee. It's late, and I just think it would be better served postponing.
I'll second it.
I think that is a very fair motion, especially considering, I should warn you, that we have a second closed session that we need to get to tonight, and it is going to be big. So, all right. Is anyone was that a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Dr. Robinson, that we postpone the discussion of item 3G until a future board meeting. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Okay, board and superintendent reports and comments.
I want to jump in real quick. I have been asked to sit in on a meeting of the Healthy South Jordan Coalition. I was asked by a constituent of mine that I met at a PTA meeting at one of my elementary schools. They're wanting to know if there's anything that the city of South Jordan can do for the school district, specifically their Healthy Coalition, because they're out in the community a lot with lots of different events. They focus on active living, access to healthy foods, and mental well-being. I am interested in going to their meeting and to represent Jordan School District. If anyone the Board of Education, if anybody has any concerns, I don't know what it will be like. They just asked if I'd come to one of their quarterly meetings to see if there's anything they can do for us. Does anybody have questions or concerns about me going to that?
I think it's a great opportunity, and appreciate you being willing to take the time to do it. And thanks for filling us in. That's helpful to know where we have a voice.
Still have questions for Katie Bastian? That might be something to mention to her.
Oh, okay.
She may have thoughts about how to use that group maybe to help with free and reduced application knowledge.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm already set up a meeting with her and Scott, so I can ask her a bunch of questions. So I'll bring that up to her then. Great.
For the Jordan Education Foundation, the challenge run is on the 9th of May, Saturday at 9 a.m. at Veterans Memorial Park. It is $20 per person, and Jordan School District teachers are free. And also there's that prize for the school that has the most registrants. Also, on the 25th of June, it's going to be at 8 a.m., Links to Schools Golf Tournament. Slots fill up quickly, so hurry and register if you want to participate. Also, if you are interested in being a corporate sponsor and sponsoring a hole, then reach out to the Jordan Education Foundation. Also, this isn't necessarily on the it's not listed as something that I'm a part of for the school district, but on April 27th, I'm part of the Health Materials Review Committee, and I will be reviewing health materials that have been requested by teachers. And then I will report that I went to that meeting the next day on the 28th. So.
Part of a committee, or is that something that popped up for you?
It's something that I can't remember if I volunteered or if I was asked to do it. There needs to be a member of the school board on the health review committee because of state law. And what it is when, do you know what happens on this health review committee? It's when teachers are requesting, it's when teachers are requesting to use materials, then the committee reviews these materials and decides whether or not they are within state standards and whether or not teachers can use them.
So, yeah, that's interesting that it's a requirement to have a board member there, and we didn't know about it.
I mean, this is not the first time that I've gone, and I've reported on it before, but the report is this. I attended the Health Review Committee meeting. So that, does that answer your question? It's a requirement by, isn't it? Or?
I remember that. In fact, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Jen Atwood that was on that before.
So it might just go along with the District 7 seat.
Well, we should maybe put that on our list of assignments, because it sounds like it should be a board assignment.
Yeah, and if you're unhappy with the job I'm doing here, feel free to
so
pull
not
me from
unhappy. I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing my job over here. You're wonderful. Okay.
I'll report on a couple of committees. The Government Relations Committee recently met to discuss meeting with legislators in the month of May, individually, just to talk about bills ahead of opening bill files and hear what they have to say, and hopefully they'll hear what we have to say, and we'll report back after those meetings. thanks to Dr. Anderson for arranging.
Could you present our plan to possibly bond for field houses and just
sense
get
of
their
what their
pulse to say,
response is?
look, we're not,
Sure.
this isn't something we're pushing. This is something the public has asked of us. And so we're putting it on the public. We don't want any pushback from legislators thinking we're abusing our power. I think that's a captive audience to say, this is the direction we're headed. We haven't made those decisions yet, but just so you know.
Good, because we're thinking of doing it in the school. Well, it'd be
Yes.
nice to be able to maybe paint the vision for them. What do we?
Planning on doing it at a high school even, so great idea, thank you. GIAC, if you want to write down, I've got 3 events coming up. We'll have another meeting, another board meeting before these events, so as I get more information, I'll share it there. But we have 2 on May 7th. So the Language and Cultural Services are having their multicultural senior night at Bingham from 6 to 8 p.m. And that same night from 5 to 7:30 at West Jordan Middle School is the Native Community and Senior Night.
Oh, yeah.
Last year that was here, but it's at, was it there?
West Jordan Middle.
Oh, it must have been a different.
I took my kids. It was lovely.
And before that, it's been at West Jordan High School also.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say senior night, are you talking about I am in my last year of high school? Or are you talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So was that specific to Bingham High School? And then
That's just the location of it.
Remind me the time of the multicultural.
It's from 6 to 8 p.m. It's, well, I should repeat it. I say it fast. So that same night is the Native Community and Senior Night, West Jordan Middle. 5 to 7:30.
So if you want
5
to
to
hit both,
7:30. Probably helps my
you can
microphone's
go
going in and out.
to the Native American Community Night at 5, and then hustle
Over.
over to the Language and Culture Services Senior Night, Multicultural Night at 6.
If you want a nightcap, run over to my house. It is my birthday. Well, big party. Get a present.
Careful, you just invited the whole public.
All the public's welcome.
the one at West Jordan Middle is 5 to 7? 5 to 7:30. And the other one is 6 to 8?
Yes, and I'll provide more details at the next business meeting. The third event is the following week, May 13th. This is the Family Engagement Center Certification Night. Yeah, an exciting night of recognition. That is from 6 to 7:30 at Sunset Ridge Middle. So 5/13, May 13th, Family Engagement Center Certification Night, 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Sunset Ridge Middle. And those are all of my updates.
I'm also going to report on JPAC. I feel like this was a month ago.
Like it was a long
I feel
time
like
ago.
it's been weeks and weeks. It was on March 25th, right before spring break, and probably because spring break was just forever, I feel like. We had a really great turnout yet again with so many parents showing up representing our schools. Great presentation by Dr. Anderson on legislative bills, things that passed, things that didn't, things we were keeping our eye on. Lots of great questions and conversation with the parents that showed up, and them asking just really great questions like, well, what about this and what about that? And we're like, yes, that's a good point. And like
They were pretty quick to point out some of the ironies in some of the bills
Yes.
that that existed out there, and yeah, it was a great and engaging group. Tremendous turnout as well, as you said.
Yeah, it was really great. So can't wait to hold the next JPAC. So it's been really good so far.
And it was nice at the JLC.
Yeah, it's a great building to hold that there.
That on Google Calendar. Who do we call for that?
Google Maps, you mean?
Oh, yeah, maps, sorry. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'll mention it online a lot. Google's always reading what I say online. Okay.
I will report on Utah High School Activities Association. Rob Cuff, as you know, has retired or is retiring. We have hired Ryan Bishop, the principal of Wasatch High School, to replace him as the director of Utah High School Activities Association. And as we prepare for a realignment, it has been a major problem to have 17 6A schools, and I have been very committed to fixing that error. And I got the board to commit. We will have no less than 21 6A schools in the next realignment. That we've streamlined the process to kind of take a lot of judgment out of it. There's a scoring system based on size, based on success factors, and then we can just kind of say, here's how all the schools in Utah rank, and there's the 6A line, and there's the 5A line, and there's the 4A line.
So then they'll do away with like 1 or 2 with the
Yeah.
combined small ones.
So, anyway, moving forward, but no less than 21 schools in 6A. That's great news.
Can I ask a Utah High Schools question? Just because I know you'll know. So, the 20 hours a week of practice, is that cumulative across a variety of sports? Or is that per sport?
Per sport.
So, and does it count as practice if it's like off season, like how the football team works out every day, even if it's not football season?
It counts if they're not in the 8-week moratorium for their sport.
Okay, okay. I was just talking to a student who goes to school at 5 a.m. and gets home about 10 every night. And I was like, what? And he was like, it's because I do this sport and that sport. And, oh, we always lift at 5 for football.
Conditioning does not count.
Concerning. Wow. It's a big ask for anyone. Anyone else? I have JLC this week on Friday, and then USBA the next week. So, well, the next weekend, that will be my St. George big meeting. Okay. I'm watching for...
I guess I can just say that Facilities Committee has some recommendations. We're going to hold off a little while before we present them to the board, but we're continuing on our list of schools to review.
Superintendent, anything from you?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have reached the end of our agenda. We do need to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for discussion of character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security here at the JATC South Building, where upon completion we will adjourn.
That was good wording. I should write that down.
Oh, second.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we go into closed session, and we will, following that closed session, adjourn our meeting. So we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Demford?
Yes.
Ms. Barrow?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Ms. Dean? Yes. I am also a yes. We are unanimous. Thank you for joining us. We are now in closed session.